Welcome back. Final day here at the PAPARA Pro Open in beautiful Tahiti. First heat of the round of 16 on the way with Matthew McGillivray from South Africa in red, Eli Olsen from Hawaii in yellow, Stephen Pearson from Tahiti in white, and Jocelyn Poulou also from Tahiti in blue. So here are the first scores already up and going as we have about 10 more minutes left in the heat. The heat has started at around noon today. And so Matthew McGillivray with a 2-point total of 10.65. He got a really nice score in one wave, 8.75. That's a pretty high score. Anyways, second place, Eli Olsen from Hawaii with a point total of 7.5. And the two Tahitians in third and fourth, Stephen Pearson, 6.75. He just caught one wave. And Jocelyn Poulou with two waves, a 4.20. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue ici. Dernière journée de compétition pour cette PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti, World Qualifying Series Event de 1000 points. En tout cas, la première série des 16e de finale a commencé il y a quelques minutes. Il reste à peu près 10 minutes dans la série. Et nous avons en tête le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray en rouge avec un point total de 10.65. En deuxième, le Hawaïen Eli Olsen avec un point total de 7,50. Et troisième et quatrième, ce sont les deux Tahitiens. Stephen Pearson, 6,75. Il a attrapé qu'une seule vague. Et Jocelyn Poulou avec deux vagues 4,20. Car on voit les conditions. Les vagues encore sont au rendez-vous, mais pas trop gros. Il y a un vent qui vient de l'est, de l'est, qui pousse un peu sur les vagues, sur la face des vagues. Alors on voit un peu plus un peu plus d'espace pour les surfeurs pour effectuer leur manœuvre, leur figure. So we're just looking at some of the conditions, of course, the same, about 3, 4, 5, some 6-footers coming in, and a little offshore wind that's going to keep the faces open just enough for our surfers to perform their maneuvers. And so far, so good for the South African in the lead, Matthew McGillivray. Messieurs, nous sommes très heureux de vous recevoir dans ce direct webcast TBS5 Tahiti Broadcast System. Tout au long de cette semaine, vous a apporté le direct de la plage de Taharu, la plage Popoti. La compétition des juniors s'est terminée hier avec la victoire de Noah Hill chez les garçons et de Summer Mesero chez les filles. Noah Hill des États-Unis, de Venice Beach, et Summer Mesero de Hawaï. En tout cas, félicitations. On avait également deux Tahitiens en finale. Elliot Napias et, pour les garçons, et les filles, Vahine Fierro de Huahine. Belle prestation de ces deux Tahitiens, arrivés jusqu'en finale. Excellent. En tout cas, tout le monde est très fier de nos Polynésiens. Notamment, bien sûr, l'année dernière, c'était un Tahitien qui avait gagné chez les garçons, O'Neill Massa. Pour le Open Pro, plusieurs des juniors ont également fait la compétition du Open. Hélas, aucun des juniors. Si un junior, Phil McGill, est arrivé en 16e de finale. C'est un Hawaïen qui a fait deuxième lors du Rongiroa Pro, derrière l'autre Hawaïen, Kamana Henry, qui lui, hélas, s'est fait éliminer au troisième tour. Alors, comme vous voyez les images, très belle journée. Et comme tous les jours cette semaine, alors nous avons vraiment eu la chance que la mère nature était de notre côté. Par contre, les vagues, les conditions assez mitigées. Des fois, on voit des séries avec plusieurs vagues et d'autres séries pas autant. Alors en jaune, ici, le Hawaïen Eli Olsen. Un bottom turn, un roller. C'est la partie critique de la vague, là où la vague se cassait. Alors c'est deux manœuvres, deux figures. So that was Eli Olsen with his third wave of the heat. As you can see, a little bottom turn, snaps it through as the wave was breaking. He's trying to look to improve on his 3.50. Of course, judges calculate the two best scoring waves, and that's what you get the point total. So Eli Olsen with a 7.50. He had a 4.0 and a 3.5, and we'll see what the judges give him on this his third wave of the heat. So about 7 minutes left, and so that was a good wave of 4.15, and so that gives extend his second place to 8.15, and of course top two of the round of 16, this round number 4, move on to the quarterfinals for man-on-man competition. So he's trailing right behind Eli Olsen is a Tahitian Stephen Pearson, who I mentioned just caught one wave at 6.75. All he needs is a 1.4 or better to beat out Eli Olsen for second place. And Jocelyn Poulou also in the hunt for that second place. He has a total of 4.20. He needs a 5.15 to move into second. And so for the last three surfers, anything can happen within the next few minutes. Of course, it's about 5 minutes left on the clock. Alors, la situation inchangée après la vague du Hawaïen. Il est toujours en deuxième position, maintenant avec un total de 8,15. Juste derrière lui, le Tahitien Stephen Pearson. Il a attrapé qu'une seule vague, 6,75, et il a besoin qu'une vague de plus de 1,4 pour dépasser le Hawaïen pour la deuxième place. Deuxième place, bien sûr, qualification pour les quarts de finale. La même situation pour Jocelyn, sauf que Jocelyn doit effectuer un pointage de 5,15 à sa prochaine vague pour faire le total assez, que ce soit bien sûr plus que Eli Olsen. Alors sur la vague, Matthew McGillivray avec un cutback, un beautiful bottom turn, encore un cutback, deuxième cutback, et voilà, hop, un roller. Il vient dans la partie intérieure, il gagne de la vitesse, encore un flotteur, un super vague pour Mathieu qui, lui, bien sûr, domine un peu cette série. Il a une première vague à 8,75. Il doit améliorer sur sa deuxième vague qui était à 1,90. Et je pense que les juges vont le récompenser pour cet effort. Nous avons un autre surfeur, ici Jocelyn Poulou, qui décide de partir du côté droite de notre village, du point de vue bien sûr des juges, sa gauche pour lui. Et là, c'est la vague, comme on dit en anglais, closes out. Alors, Matthew McGillivray with another solid wave, affecting a few cutbacks, and of course that nice, beautiful floater, catching a little bit of air, lands it, and so he should definitely improve on his second highest wave score, which is just a 190. So he has 875 and a 190, and I'm sure the judge will give him a really good score for that wave, and so that'll propose him extend his lead, of course, and of course that means he'll be going into the quarterfinals. So 7.5 is his score, just coming in. That gives him a total of 16.25. And with Jocelyn's wave, Jocelyn Poulou from Tahiti, a 4.75, he moves himself into third place and now just needs a 3.40 to move into second. Second, of course, is Eli Olsen with an 8.15, and he just has a 4.15 and a 4.0. Stephen Pearson still in the hunt. Of course, he has only one wave at 6.75. All he needs is a 1.4 or better to move into second place and qualify for the quarterfinals. Voilà les surfeurs qui se positionnent. Comme on disait tantôt, il y a des vagues, mais pas toujours les bonnes. Comme on peut voir, les surfeurs qui s'apprêtent à ça, c'est Eli Olsen qui essaie d'améliorer son score. Une super roller, gagne de la vitesse, un cutback dans l'écume, dans le whitewash, comme on dit, et un petit flotteur. Voilà, encore, il va jusqu'au rivage. Comme je disais, plusieurs manœuvres, une longue vague te donne plus de points. Et comme je disais, il a juste un 1,8-15 total. Et ça, il essaie de conforter sa deuxième place pour, bien sûr, se qualifier en quart de finale. Pour le moment, c'est le Sud-Africain et le Hawaïen qui mènent la danse. Les deux Tahitiens, Jocelyn Poulou, Stephen Pearson, sont seulement une seule vague pour essayer de se qualifier. Et voilà Stephen Pearson qui rentre dans une vague. Here, Stephen Pearson unfortunately doesn't catch that one wave, of course, not cooperating. We're talking about conditions, how the waves are coming in, but they're all closing out. And so looking for some nice bare faces of waves to be able to perform those maneuvers. And so quite difficult. As you can see during the whole heat, Steven Pearson has caught only one wave. A pretty good scoring wave at 6.75, but he hasn't been able to back it up with a second wave, and there's less than a minute left. And so the last three, a second, third, and fourth, all they need is, Eli Olsen is qualified, but Jocelyn Poulou and Steven Pearson, all they need is one good scoring wave, and then they're into the quarterfinals. So this may be it for Steven Pearce. He's trying to get into this wave here. Doesn't make it with just a few seconds left. You can see on the outside, 20 seconds. And so if it holds, then Matthew McGillivray from South Africa and Eli Olsen from Hawaii will be moving on into this the next round, and that will be quite an incredible feat for these two surfers, because the Tahitians, of course, know this place. And there it is, the horn. That is it for the two Tahitians. Et voilà, c'est la fin de la série, 25 minutes. Et c'est dommage pour les Tahitiens parce qu'ils étaient si proches de la qualification. Je vous disais, il suffit une vague comme celle-ci pour que Jocelyn Poulou puisse se qualifier. Et elle n'est pas arrivée. C'est la même chose pour Steven Pearson, qui a, lui, avait attrapé qu'une seule vague, une seule petite vague de 6,75. Et là, ce ne se qualifie pas non plus. Alors, deux Tahitiens finissent leur aventure dans cette compétition, et c'est le Hawaïen et le Sud-Africain qui continuent. So here we just heard the horn of the second heat, which have two more Tahitians competing. As we can see here in the image, our winner of this heat, Matthew McGillivray from South Africa. Really happy with his performance. Of course, some pretty good scores. And in second place, the Hawaiian Eli Olsen. So taking the better from the two Tahitians, who of course are very familiar with this spot. And here's Jocelyn Poulou also, just needing a very small little score of a wave to be able to move on, but wasn't able to. And so, and as I mentioned before, second heat, there's Taumata Puhetini, who won this contest last year. He's a defending champion, with another Tahitian, Mateya Hickley. He'll be in blue. Shane Holmes from Australia in white, and Marc Lacomar from France in yellow. So Taumata Puhetini, defending champion, of course, breezed through his first few rounds with winning each heat that he competed in. And so he's looking to repeat and hopefully also repeat and win this title. Of course, Taumata Puhetini, Tahiti's surfer right now, that is looking, of course, to hopefully move up in the rankings in the WQS. Alors, on parlait un peu de nos surfeurs polynésiens qui connaissent bien le spot. Hélas, pour Steven Pearson et Jocelyn Poulou, l'aventure se termine avec, on pourrait dire, une vague manquante. En fait, c'est pas évident. Comme on voit, les conditions sont mitigées. Il y a des vagues de temps en temps, et puis après, il n'y a pas de vague pendant plusieurs minutes. Dernière série, on a vu Steven Pearson, le Tahitien, attraper qu'une seule vague. Tu t'imagines, pendant 25 minutes, attraper qu'une seule vague? Eh bien, alors on espère mieux pour les deux Tahitiens qui sont dans la deuxième série de ces 16e de finale. Nous avons en rouge Taumata Puhetini, le teneur du titre. Il a gagné l'année dernière, et pendant cette compétition, il a gagné toutes ses séries. Alors, en confiance, bien sûr. Deuxième Tahitien, Mateya Hickley, également un surfeur connu sur le circuit, et qui lui aussi espère gagner le plus de points possible dans le classement de WQS. L'Australien Shane Holmes est en blanc et le Français Marc Lacomar en jaune. Alors là, en jaune, voilà, ça c'est Marc Lacomar de France. Un joli roller avec beaucoup d'eau et un cutback. Il rentre dans la partie intérieure. Encore un autre roller. Joli roller flotteur avec la vague qui se casse. Super vague. Et en blanc, ça c'est Shane Holmes d'Australie. Un petit cutback dans l'écume. Encore un roller avec beaucoup de spray. Encore un roller. Et on appelle ça un flotteur dans la vague qui se casse. Pas mal pour l'Australien. Ça c'est les premières deux vagues du français et les premières deux vagues de cette série. Et que ça va bien sûr, les juges, on verra ce qu'il donnera pour ces deux vagues. Il donnera l'avantage, bien sûr, à l'Australien et au Français. Les deux qui ont attrapé la vague, s'ils restent dans ce classement, se qualifieront pour les quarts de finale. Et voilà, Tomata Puhetini qui se lance dans sa vague. Oh, les 360 derrière, est-ce qu'il... Non, hélas, la chute, il ne parvient pas à rester sur sa planche. Ça lui aurait valu beaucoup de points. Comme je disais, il commençait à mettre sa planche en vertical, la partie critique où la vague commençait à se casser. Et pour enchaîner avec une 360, une figure acrobatique, hélas, il n'a pas pu amérir sa planche et rester sur sa planche en équilibre. Alors, c'est quand même une vague, on lui donne du point, mais pas autant que je pense que lui, il espérait. Rester sur la planche, c'est ça l'objectif. So that was Taumata Puhetini's first wave. A beautiful attempt to from vertical position to go into 360 in the air, but unfortunately does not land it. And so won't get the full points that he could have gotten if he did land. So still catches his first wave of the heat. So we're waiting. Mark Lacomar actually did a second wave. And so Mark Lacomar and Shane Holmes should have pretty good scores on their first waves and should be in the top two while we're just still awaiting for the scores. Here comes Taumata Puhetini with the second wave. He comes in on his front side. Beautiful snap at the top of the wave, spraying some water all over the place, comes back, a nice little cut back into the pocket, gains some speed, vertical, snaps it again, a nice beautiful floater as the wave was breaking, continuing inside, and so that was a great performance. That was a nice wave by Taumata Puhetini, coming back after that first fall, and to score a pretty good scoring wave. Of course, we're waiting for judges to decide. Voilà, comme ça, c'était la vague de Taumata Puhetini. Belle vague avec plusieurs figures. Et je pense que les juges vont le récompenser avec une bonne note. Alors, au classement, nous avons Shane Holmes d'Australie avec une vague de 7,75. On avait vu ces deux manœuvres très puissantes. Et il a pu impressionner les juges. Et les juges lui ont récompensé avec 7,75. En deuxième position, Mark Lacomar de France. Il avait fait une première vague à 7,25 et une deuxième vague. Nous attendons bien sûr les résultats. Peut-être ça suffira pour le mettre en première position. Donc, en tout cas, il a deux vagues. Taumata Puhetini avait une petite vague en début, cette figure acrobatique. Hélas, il n'a pas pu amérir. Et alors, il suit ça avec une autre belle vague, une longue vague, avec plusieurs rollers, bien sûr, jusqu'au rivage. Alors, ça, c'est assez pour impressionner les juges. Je pense qu'il pourra également marquer pas mal de points. Et Mateja Hikli, en bleu, n'a toujours pas attrapé de vague. Voici Shane Holmes d'Australie. On enchaîne les rollers un peu. Oh! Et sur cette dernière partie de la vague, bien sûr, il a pris un peu d'air, on appelle ça en anglais, Alors voilà, ça c'est sa deuxième vague. Va conforter la tête de sa série. Et en attendant toujours, bien sûr, les scores des résultats des dernières vagues. Tomata Puhetini, sa première vague, 7,0. Marco Mar, sa deuxième vague, une 25, totalise de 8,50. Marc Lacomar, le français, en première position. Deuxième, le Tahitien, 8,25, deux vagues, 7,0, une 25. Troisième, Shane Holmes, l'Australien, mais je pense avec sa dernière vague, il sera bien sûr en premier. Voilà, 5,25 pour Shane Holmes. Il prend la tête de la série avec 13,0. Marc Lemaire, deuxième, 8,50. Et Tomata Puhetini, 8,25. Mattia Hickley, toujours pas de vague. So here with Shane Holmes, last wave, a 5.25 puts him up even further in first position with a 13-point total for two waves, a 7.75 and a 5.25. In second place, Marc Lacomère from France, two waves, 7.25, 1.25. His total is 8.50. Tomata Puhetini is way down the line here to the shoreline with a 7.0. Here blue, Mattia Hickley with his first wave. Beautiful snap at the top. Comes in, gets into the pocket, gains some speed, a little cutback. Continues on. So two maneuvers for Mattia Hickley. That'll be his first wave of the competition with 15 minutes left on the clock. So in third place, Tomata Puhetini. He just needs a 1.51 to pass Marc Lacomar in second position. And waiting, of course, for Mattia Hickley's first wave, which will be probably in the 4.0 range, and so he still needs about 4 to 5 points to get into second place. Here we have Tomata Puhetini deciding to go on his front side. Nice, beautiful snap at the top. Gets his board. Another beautiful snap, spraying some water all over the place. As the wake breaks, another third in a row. That last vertical, of course, landing it. And so that's a very good second wave for Tomata Puhetini. As I mentioned earlier, he just needed a 1.51 to get into second. And there, I think he accomplished that with that wave. Ça, c'était la troisième vague de Tomata Puhetini qui décide de prendre la direction de frontside, qui veut dire la direction de sa gauche. Et il a pu enchaîner les rollers avec une dernière roller jusqu'en face où la vague se cassait. Il a pu bien sûr finir en toute beauté. Alors, il devrait recevoir de très bons scores pour cette vague qui va certainement l'aider dans son classement. Encore une fois, les premières deux positions de cette série continueront dans les quarts de finale.
White to take the lead, you need 5.75. Third place, yellow. Yellow needs 5.76. To be qualified, le jaune, tu as besoin de 5.66 pour te qualifier. Et quatrième, le bleu, tu as une vague notée à 4 points. Le bleu, tu as besoin de 9 points pour te qualifier le bleu. Dernière vague du jaune, c'est un 2.90. Last wave of yellow, 2.9. Last wave of white, 0.75. 13 minutes remaining, 13 minutes. Twelve minutes. Le jaune, tu es troisième, tu as besoin de 5,76. Le 2, tu es quatrième, tu as besoin de 9 points. Premier le rouge avec 7 points et 6,50. Deuxième le blanc avec 7,75 et 5,25.
De retour en direct de la plage de Tahuro au spot pour ce Papara Open. Changement de situation en faveur du Tahitien Tom Matapohetini, sa deuxième vague à 6,5. Il lui donne un total de 13,50. Il mène la série. Deuxième position, Shane Holmes avec 13 points. Troisième, 10-15 pour Mark Lacomar. Et Matei Hickley de Tahiti, une seule vague de 4,0. So just a change of situation now in the lead. Tom Matapohetini, his last wave, a 6.5, which adds into his 7-point wave. That gives him a total of 13.50 for the lead. In second place, Shane Holmes from Australia, a 13.0. And in third place, Mark Lacomar, 10.15. As you can see here, Mark Lacomar deciding to go on his front side and bailing out of that wave. And so the last few waves for Mark Lacomar and Shane Holmes, not very good scoring ones, and so they won't count into their totals. Top two best waves, of course, count into the totals. And top two in the heat qualify on to the quarterfinals.
Minutes remaining. Il reste 10 minutes.
Positionnement des surfeurs, on voit en jaune Mark Olam, Lacomar qui rentre, mais c'est Matei Hickley qui prend la vague sur son backside. Un premier super roller vertical à la planche, il gagne un peu de vitesse. Encore il essaie de faire un 360 là. Et là, s'il n'a pas réussi sa figure, il notera bien sûr une deuxième vague. Il reste à peu près 9 minutes dans la série, encore un peu de temps pour le jeune Tahitien de surfer une bonne vague avec beaucoup plus de points. So that was Matei Hickley with his second wave, a 2.65. Not enough, of course, to move into second place to qualify for the quarterfinals, trying to get in that 360 in that wave, and was not able to. So we got about just under 9 minutes left on the clock at the end of this heat.
Last wave of 2.65, and situation not change. Blue need 9 points, and yellow need 5.76. And white, you are in the second place. To take the lead, you need 5.75. 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Encore, nous voulons remercier nos sponsors qui nous donnent cette opportunité de capturer et de transmettre en direct la compétition du PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti. Car l'Office de Poste et Télécommunications, OPT, toujours un partenaire important pour le pays, pour la société et bien sûr pour TBS5 dans ses transmissions des directs de tous les événements directs sur Tahiti et dans les îles. So just a word on our sponsor, the Office of Postal Telecommunication, who's given us the internet connection necessary to give you this live feed of this webcast direct live here from the beach of Papara for this surf contest, the PAPARA Pro Open. Of course, a partner of TBS5, Tahiti Broadcast Systems, covering all major sporting and cultural events in Tahiti and her islands. And so, special thanks again goes out to the Office of Posts of Telecommunications.
First place red, second place white, third place yellow, fourth place blue. Six minutes remaining. Il reste 6 minutes. 6 minutes remaining.
Classement après 5. Il reste 5 minutes dans la série. Le classement toujours inchangé. En tête de la série, Taumatapu Hetini avec 2 vagues. Une vague de 7 et 6,25. Et là, nous voyons en jaune Marc Lacomar qui décide de prendre la vague sur son backside. Il enchaîne les manœuvres de 2 rollers, mais la vague est close out. En bleu, Mateya Hikli, sa deuxième vague, une super verticale. Un autre flotteur, un autre snap. Oui, ça c'est un roller sur. Il revient dans la vague, gagne un peu plus de vitesse. L'intérieur, section intérieure, un joli roller encore, encore un autre. Alors, 4 manœuvres, 4 figures sur cette vague de Mateya Hikli. Lui, il avait besoin d'un 9,0 pour prétendre, pour se qualifier avec cette vague. Il va ajouter sur ces 4 points et ça va lui propulser, nous l'espérons, dans une situation un peu plus favorable pour se qualifier. Encore une fois, Taumatapu Hetini en première position, 13,50. Deuxième, c'est Shane Holmes avec 13 points. Marc Lacomar, 10,15. Et là, Mateya Hikli enchaîne seulement sa 3e vague de la série. Et nous allons voir si c'est suffisant pour se qualifier. En tout cas, Shane Holmes, sa dernière vague, nous attendons les scores. Et c'est une belle vague. Il va essayer d'améliorer sur ses 5,25 et bien sûr conforter sa 2e place, même prendre la tête de la compétition. Et voilà, c'est ça. 6,25 pour Shane Holmes. Il prend la tête de la compétition avec, dans cette série. Ça fait 14 points total. So here's an update. Shane Holmes with his last wave, beautiful 6.25 scoring wave. He adds it to his 7.75. That gives him a total of 14.0. And that is good enough for first place and securing, of course, his spot into the quarterfinals. Taumatapu Hetini in second place with 13.50. He's got 2 waves, a 7.0 and 6.5. Third place, Marc Lacomar from France, 10.45 point total. And Mateya Hikli, his last wave, a 5.65, so gets a total of 9.65. And here we have Marc Lacomar, quite active, comes out, does a floater over the top, gains some more speed down on bottom turn, a beautiful snap, nice vertical, and comes into the inside section, tries to gain some speed to maybe do one more maneuver. He's able to garner some speed, and there he has it, a little cutback, and that'll do it for Lacomar. So he needed a 6.25 or better to move into second place, and maybe he did it with that wave. Là, nous venons juste de voir la vague de Marc Lacomar en jaune qu'il avait enchaîné les différents rollers, exactement un super vertical dans la partie critique de la vague, et puis il surfe la vague jusqu'au rivage avec une dernière manœuvre, un petit cutback, et ça devrait lui valoir de bons points, un 4,50 ou peut-être plus. Voilà, c'est un 4,50, toujours pas assez pour la deuxième place, il reste à 11,50. Toujours Taumata Puhetini en deuxième position, 13,50. Alors, Marc Lacomar, sa dernière vague, c'est une 4,25, ajouté à 7,25 sa première vague, et ça lui donne un total de 11,50. Taumata Puhetini, toujours en deuxième position, 7 points pour sa première vague et 6,50 sur sa dernière vague, un total de 13,50. Shane Holmes en tête, 7,75. Et nous voilà, Shane Holmes avec une petite vague, il décide de ne pas continuer sur celle-là. Bien sûr, il essaie de conforter son avantage sur les autres surveys pour concrétiser sa qualification. Avec 1 minute qui reste, tout est possible.
Secondes, 40 seconds.
So we're coming in within 30 seconds of the end of the heat. And as we can see at the horizon, no waves. Maybe one more for Marc Lacomar. Of course, he needs a 6.25 or better. He comes up with that vertical. Another move, tries to get in the inside. Of course, the wave is small and not too impressive in regards to those power moves. And so don't think that he'll be able to qualify. So this stands Shane Holmes in first. At the end of the horn, end of this heat, Taumata Puhetini in second place, both qualifying for the next round. Et voilà, c'est la fin de la série. Félicitations à Shane Holmes d'Australie, ainsi que Taumata Puhetini de Tahiti, première et deuxième de cette série.
Okay, coming down. Next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. Heat number 3, round 4.
We just started our third heat of this round of 16, and so first wave by Dimitri Ouvre from St. Barthélemy. In the blue, Turo Aritu also with a nice beautiful aerial, comes into the inside section, sets up his move, cases in back into the pocket, sits back, waits up and up, a floater over the top. So that's a good wave also for the Tahitian Turo Aritu. So right after the second heat, we're now in the third heat. Dimitri Ouvre in red from St. Barthélemy. In blue, Turo Aritu from Tahiti. And in white, Noah Mizuno from Hawaii. And in yellow, Kekoa Casimiro also from Hawaii. Ça, c'était la première vague de la série. En fait, en rouge, c'était Dimitri Ouvre de Saint-Barthélemy. Et là, nous avons bien sûr vu dernièrement Turo Aritu enchaîner les manœuvres, les figures avec un peu de figure acrobatique. Et ce sont les premières deux vagues de la série et un avantage pour le Tahitien. Nous verrons bien sûr ce que les notes, les marques des juges, en voyant bien sûr les deux premières places arrivées de la série numéro 2. Voilà, en jaune, Kekoa Casimiro. Super vertical, nice little snap up the top, comes and builds up some speed over into the wave, and so that's a good first wave for Kekoa Casimiro. Ça c'était première vague du Hawaïen Kekoa Casimiro. Oh, Dimitri Ouvray. Oh, super vague. Et il enchaîne les manœuvres. Et la chute à la fin de celle-là, mais beaucoup de risques. Alors, en blanc, Noah Mizuno avec sa première vague. That's Noah Mizuno in his first wave. You can see coming back into the white, into the pocket, gaining some speed, coming on the inside section. And up. It's a little vertical in his wave, and then that's it. So Kekoa Casimiro on the board, Noah Mizuno also on the board. So here we have our first scores, Turo Aritu with a 7.0 in his first wave, Dimitri Ouvray with a 5.5 in his first wave. We're still waiting for the scores of his second wave. Should be coming in very soon. Noah Mizuno just was able to get his first score, and Kekoa Casimiro, of course, we're waiting for the judges to come in and give those total scores. And when that happens, of course, that's going to be, we'll find out a little bit more in regards to placement in this heat. And voilà, c'était les premiers scores qui enchaînent. Et là, en bleu, c'est Turo Aritu. Super flotteur. Oh, freine un peu. Bon, il gagne encore un peu de vitesse. Joli Ariel. Est-ce qu'il atterrit? Oui. Non. Est-ce qu'il est dessus sa planche? Oui, sur sa planche. Alors, encore une belle manœuvre acrobatique de Turo Aritu. Ici à l'intérieur, dans le inside section, comme on dit en anglais. Alors, il avait une première vague à 7,0. Ça va être encore une autre vague avec plusieurs points pour ajouter. Dimitri Ouvray, bien sûr, il avait fait une 5,50 dans sa première vague. Et là, nous attendons le score de sa deuxième vague. And so we just saw our last two waves. Of course, Dimitri Ouvray and Turo Aritu. Both catching air, waiting, of course, for the scores coming in. And here in yellow, now Kekoa Casimiro decides not to take it. Okay, back in the red, Dimitri Ouvray, quite active in this heat. Comes out, gains some speed, cuts it back into the pocket. Beautiful, brings him more, cuts a floater, tries to get in front of the wave, but unable to do that. So that's another wave for Dimitri Ouvray. Alors, la situation, pour le moment, en attendant les vagues de nos surfeurs, Dimitri Ouvray avait enchaîné les vagues. Il a fait 2 vagues de suite. Et en même temps que Turo Aritu, bien sûr, sa dernière vague. 2,75 seulement pour sa dernière vague de Turo Aritu. En le voyant ici en jaune, Kekoa Casimiro sur son backside. Essaie de gagner un peu de vitesse. Voilà, deux rollers, troisième roller, quatrième roller encore dans la partie intérieure et puis un dernier roller. Alors ça c'est Kekoa Casimiro avec sa deuxième vague. So that was Kekoa putting in the snaps, trying to get his board vertical, trying to create some water. And we got some spectators on the waterfront. And cheering on, of course, a Hawaii native. And not only do we have people cheering on, but we also have canine friends. There you go. Also cheering on the surfers. No, he's probably just playing with his rock in the white sand. So, nous avons un de nos amis là qui vient soutenir les surfeurs. Bien sûr, il joue un peu avec sa petite pierre. Alors la situation. En première place, changement de situation. Kekoa Casimiro avec 2 vagues, 11,25 total. Dimitri Ouvray avec 2 vagues, 10,81. Et voici Turo Aritu en troisième place, essaie d'améliorer son score. Super Ariel, excellent. L'atterri, bien sûr. Super manœuvre, figure. Une seule figure sur cette vague. Est-ce que ce serait assez? Alors, sa première vague, c'était noté de 7,0. Il a sa deuxième vague à 2,75. Et nous verrons bien ce que les juges lui donneront pour sa troisième vague. Et j'espère que c'est un peu plus que 2,75. Et Noah Mizuno toujours en quatrième position avec une seule vague de 5,60. So that was Turo Aritu. There was actually 2 surfers going on at the same time, and of course a nice aerial maneuver for the Tahitian. And he looks pretty in control with those aerials. And he should get a better score, 5.50, which puts him into the lead. Yes, 12.50 for Turo Aritu. His first wave was 7.0, his last wave of 5.5. So he is in the lead. In second place, it's Kekoa Casimiro, a 6.60, a 4.65. Total of 11.25 for Kekoa Casimiro in second place. Dimitri Uve right behind, 10.85, a 5.5 and a 5.35. And Noam Mizuno just one wave in this heat with a 5.60. Alors, changement de situation. Turo Aritu qui était en troisième position avec sa dernière vague notée 5,5 se propulse dans la première position avec un total de 12,50. Deuxième place, Kekoa Casimiro avec 11,25 et troisième Dimitri Uve 10,85 que nous voyons ici à l'œuvre. Oh non, il décide de ne pas prendre cette vague. En tout cas, Dimitri Uve avec deux vagues 5,50, 5,35, total de 10,85. Et en quatrième position, Noah Mizuno de Hawaï avec un total juste une vague attrapée 5,60. Voici le classement. Il reste à peu près 16 minutes dans cette série. Et c'est Turo Aritu de Tahiti en première position.
Second, yellow. Third, red. Fourth, white. 16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes remaining. Il reste 16 minutes.
Nous venons juste voir la dernière partie de la vague de Dimitri Uve de Saint-Barthélemy. Une très longue vague. Voici en jaune Kekoa Casimiro. Il gagne un peu de vitesse, un petit flotteur, bottom turn, un joli vertical pour enchaîner un 360. Hélas, c'est la chute. So that's Kekoa Casimiro, the nice bottom turn. Getting a vertical, but yet couldn't finish the move, which is of course a 360. And he falls down. And so we'll see what Dimitri Uve got for his last wave. I told you we just saw the last part of it where he was moving quite fast. And as I mentioned, the longer the wave, the more maneuvers you in, the judges will definitely give high scores. And so Dimitri Uve, yes, with the 8.0, which he adds to his 5.5, gives him a total of 13.5. Good enough for first place. In second place, Turo Aritu in 12.50, and Kekoa Casimiro, who was qualified just a few seconds ago, now is in third place. Kekoa is going to need a 5.91 or better to get into second place and get into the quarterfinals. And Noam Mizuno still just one wave, being patient out there, of course, being very selective. And here we have Turo Aritu from Tahiti. Coming in the inside, tries to gain some speed, works up his move. Beautiful aerial again, lands it. Wow. And it continues on with a little cutback. Here's another vertical, and he lands it as well. And so he should be really, really happy about that. Like I said, the aerial moves are quite difficult, especially in these kind of conditions. And Turo Aritu seems to have mastered them, as each of his waves has included an aerial. Alors nous avons venu juste de voir Turo Aritu quand il s'engage dans cette bottom turn et qu'il se relève pour prendre un peu d'air. Il retrouve une situation en 360 et qu'il enchaîne encore les manœuvres. Alors je pense que les juges devraient lui donner encore de très importants points et on verra où il va se classer par rapport à ça. They were just waiting on some that is caught today. Looking, of course, to comfort his second place, meaning his qualification with a good score. And so we're just waiting for the judges to put in the tally. And it looks like he's going to get a he's going to be pretty happy with this one. So once again, his first best wave is a 7.0. His second best wave is a 5.5. And he should definitely improve and maybe even get into the first position. Alors, nous attendons les scores. En regardant in white, Noah Mizuno, second wave, comes up the top. Another snap off the lip, and tries to get into that floater, but does not make it. So Turo Aritu, second wave, 7.80. That was his last wave. And Turo Aritu here in blue, coming back in the inside section. Once again, his signature move, which is like I said, an aerial move. And here comes again, the same thing, and he does it 2 times in a row. And so we saw Noah Mizuno's second wave of the heat. And of course, right after that, Turo Aritu, who is now in first place. His best 2 scores is a 7.8 and a 7.0, so that's a total of 1480. Dimitri Ouvre in second with a 13.50. Kekoa Casimiro 11.25. And Noah Mizuno waiting for his second score, and I'm sure it's going to be a good one to help his cause, of course. Aiming to qualify is the objective. Alors, nous venons juste de voir la dernière vague, c'est de Turo Aritu. Il essaie d'améliorer sur ses 7.80 et 7.00. Une petite vague, bien sûr, avec ses figures emblématiques, on pourrait dire. C'est sa signature, c'est Ariel que tu vois, 360. En tout cas, Turo Aritu mène la danse ici, la 3e série de ce 4e tour, 16e de finale. Kekoa Casimiro, of course, looking to qualify. He needs a 6.91, and he needs to get in better position here. So here comes Kekoa, who takes off on a smaller size wave, tries to garner some speed, and he does so. And so just enough to get in that floater, and the 316 lands it. So that'll be his wave there. So remember I mentioned he has a 6.60 and a 4.65. He needs a 6.91 to get into second place. So he needs to improve on that score. And so we'll see what the judges give him. Et voici Dimitri Ouvre, Saint-Barthélemy. Et voilà, il essaie de gagner un peu de vitesse là à l'intérieur. Et hop, dernière figure, puissante figure. Beaucoup de vagues très actives comme surfeur là, ici dans cette série. Il enchaîne les vagues. Celle-là, c'était sa 8e vague de la série. Et comparé bien sûr à Turo Aritu qui a fait 5 vagues. Même chose pour Kekoa Casimiro et que 3 petites vagues pour Noah Mizuno. Alors 8 vagues pour Dimitri Ouvre. On attend les scores. Est-ce qu'il améliore ses 5,5 pour conforter sa 2e place? On verra, on attendra bien sûr les résultats.
Previous wave of yellow is 4.35. Last wave of yellow 3.85. Last wave of blue 4.35. Last wave of red 3.75. And the last score of white 4.35. Situation. Give me the situation and your 2 best waves. In the lead, blue with the 7.8 and 7 points. Second, red with the 8 point and 5.5. Third place, yellow with the 6.6 and 4.65. Yellow, you need 6.91 to be qualified. And fourth place, white with the 5.6 and 4.35. White, you need 7.91 to be qualified. 8 minutes remaining. First place blue, second red, third place yellow, fourth place white. Donc actuellement on tête le bleu avec un 7,80 et un 7 points.
So here's a placement in this heat. Turo Aritu 14.80. It's got two waves, one at 7.8 and the second one at 7.0. 14.80 in first place. So Dimitri Uwe from St. Barthélemy. He's our only Caribbean surfer here today. And his two wave totals are 8.0 and a 5.5. Gives him a total of 13.50. In third place, Kekoa Casimiro from Hawaii, 11.25. Total is 6.60 and a 4.65. And in fourth place, Noah Mizuna with two waves, 6.91 or better to move into second. And Noah Mizuna needs a 7.91 or better to move into second place. So still a lot of surfing yet. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. And the Hawaiians are still in the hunt, of course, to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Remaining. First place blue, second red, third yellow, fourth white. White you need 7.91 and yellow you need 6.91. Red to take the lead you need 6.8.
Here we got Dylan Goodell from Hawaii getting ready to go into his heat. This will be the last heat of the round of 16. And of course, it'll be done in just under 5 minutes left to go. And so in the next heat, heat number 4 for the round of 16, we have 4 surfers all hailing from the islands of Hawaii. Nous voyons à l'image Dylan Goodell de Hawaï en jaune. Et lui s'est lancé bien sûr dans l'eau. Il reste 5 minutes dans cette série. Et il y a 4 Hawaïens dans la série numéro 4 de ces 16e de finale. Here's Flynn McGill, also competed in a junior category and is here it's round of 16. Good job for him. He gained some pretty good experience and some money as well. And so he'll be going in, and they see in the red Shaden Pacaro from Hawaii as well. So all 4 surfers, 3 surfers so far that we saw. We have in the blue, that's going to be Makai McNamara, who is also going to be competing. So heat number 4 coming up in just a few moments. And of course, we have our surfers out there in the lineup. And it's still the Hawaiians are just a wave away from qualifying, and they need a really good score. So here is in the yellow, Kekoa Casimiro, coming off his backside, trying to gain some speed, but decides to bail on that one because the wave just closes out. And so tricky situation here. The 2 Hawaiians just need a good wave score. Dimitri Uwe needs to extend his lead, and as well as Tura Ari too. So anything could happen right now in the last 3 minutes of this competition. Alors il reste à peu près 3 minutes dans cette compétition. Nous sommes bien sûr avec les Hawaïens qui ont besoin juste d'une vague, une bonne vague, pour pouvoir se qualifier en deuxième position. Nous avons, voilà en rouge, Dimitri Uwe qui prend cette vague dans son frontside. Et il gagne un peu de vitesse et hop, un vertical, un roller. Un deuxième roller avec un peu d'air en dessous sa planche. Alors 2 manœuvres, 2 figures pour le carabien. Je ne sais pas comment on dit carabien, mais jeune surfeur des îles Caraïbes. Alors je me fais corriger, c'est le caraïbéen. Un homme issu des îles des Caraïbes, plus spécifiquement l'île de Saint-Barthélemy, qui se trouve pas très loin de Puerto Rico. Alors Dimitri Ouvré de Saint-Barth, sa dernière vague est 5,50. Alors nous avons Kekoa Casimiro, encore une fois, Kekoa a besoin de 6,80. So here Kekoa speeding down the lineup and comes splashes through one cut, another snap, gets vertical and he lands it pretty good. And so he's happy with that score. You can see really stoked. So he needs a 6.91 or better to move into second. And so critical time here because there's only about a minute 30 seconds left. And so if he's able to move, and then Dimitri will have a very long ride home to St. Bart's. We'll see if that's good enough for the Hawaiian to get into the next round. Here's the Tahitian. Et voici le Tahitien Turo Aritu avec moins d'une minute. Passion sur la vague, il attend la partie intérieure et hop, encore vertical et il atterrit sa planche. Encore un roller. Ça fait deux vagues, excuse-moi, deux figures sur cette vague avec moins de 30 secondes sur... voilà, encore moins de 30 secondes dans la série. Là, je pense que Turo Aritu et Dimitri Ouvré pour le moment. On attend bien sûr le dernier score de Kekoa Casimiro. Est-ce que ce sera suffisant pour arriver en deuxième place? On verra bien. En tout cas, sinon, c'est sûr et certain que le Tahitien, nous avons deux maintenant Tahitiens en quart de finale. So, here's Noah Mizuno in white. Oh, he's out. In red, Dimitri Ouvre. Of course, this will count. And unfortunately, he falls down. So, waiting for that last score for Kekoa Casimiro on his last race. Did he make it into the finals? It's up to the judges, really. And here we have an image of the Tahitian, Turo Enrique Aritu. Good job. Has that signature move, gets some air. So he comes in to turn in his jersey. And must be really happy with his performance. So he wins the heat. So two Tahitians in the quarterfinal, and still waiting for that last score. And it came in 6.40 for Kekoa Casimiro. Unfortunately, not enough to get into second place. So good effort by the young Hawaiian, and he will not be moving on. So it is Dimitri Ouvre, the Caribbean, who makes it into the next round, along with Turo Aritu.
La dernière vague du rouge, c'est un 4,65. Dernière vague du blanc, du bleu, c'est un 4,90. Dernière vague du jaune, c'est un 3,40. Last wave of yellow, 3.4. Last wave of white, 1.75. Last wave of blue, 4.9. Last wave of red, 4.65. Okay, coming down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You just heard the horn, heat number 4 of this round of 16 on its way. And we have a heat that's 100% Hawaiian. It's Shaden Picaro in red, Makai McNamara in blue, Finn McGill in white, and Dylan Goodell in yellow. So 4 surfers from Hawaii in this last heat. So we can say a couple Hawaiians will make it into the quarterfinals. So that's good. So far we have a South African, Matthew McGillivray, Hawaiian Eli Olsen in the first heat qualifying, Shane Holmes from Australia, and Taumata Puhetini from Tahiti also qualifying. And this last heat, Dimitri Uwe from St. Bart's and Turo Ar Itu from Tahiti. And we'll see the last two Hawaiians to qualify for the quarterfinals. So we're going to be wrapping up this PAPARA Open here today, going through 11 heats. So we're down 3, 7 to go. And once again, big thanks to our sponsors. Tahiti Broadcast System, of course, covering this event live. We also covered Rongiroa. And on his first wave in the blue, Mackay McNamara goes on his backside, slices through, but decides not to continue on with that wave. So as mentioned before, TBS5, Tahiti Broadcast Systems, and they covered the event also in Rongiroa. And today here in PAPARA Open, of course, unable to have this live feed webcast, and without, of course, the substitution backside. And so here, I can probably do it in English because most people who are following this are going to be from Hawaii. So shout out to everybody from Hawaii. And here in red, Shaden Bacaro with his first wave. Unfortunately, doesn't finish that move. So every surfer caught a wave, and we're just waiting to find out what their scores are. So far, Mackay McNamara with the most waves, and he should have the highest total, and so he should be in the lead. Last wave was Shaden Bacaro. Try to get in position, but just couldn't make it through. Waves, of course, consistently better than yesterday. We have a slight offshore wind, which allows the wave to stay open for a longer period of time. And of course, they're fast moving. As you can see, the surfer Dylan Goodell in third. He's got a total 5.0. Finn Miguel is in second. 7.5, and Mackay McNamara with 2 waves, 8.15 and a 6.25. Excuse me, for the 6.25 and a 1.9, so that's a total of 8.15. Frustré parce qu'il avait fait une bonne première vague, mais c'est pas tout ce qu'il a montré. Voilà. Il était un peu déçu quand il a donné 6 petits. Ouais, c'est parce qu'il se les qualifiés. C'est pas des meilleurs notes. Mais c'est pas évident parce que le jeu, il y en a que 4. Quand tu as plusieurs surfeurs sur la même vague, c'est pas évident, tu vois. Alors des fois, tout le monde regarde un et personne ne regarde l'autre. Comme ça. Alors, il faut toujours penser que quand tu attrapes une vague, il vaut mieux que tu sois tout seul. Non. Ouais, ça, je comprends. Parce que à Tiopo, tu as une partie de la vague qui se ferme automatiquement. Là, ici, les deux parties, c'est les deux parties qui s'ouvrent. Soit le sponsor ou ça, ça va prendre pour. Ils ont un sponsor qui est bien, un sponsor ferroviaire, le logement et tout. S'ils essayent d'impressionner leur sponsor, ils ont des meilleurs résultats.
18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes.
Par la famille. Surtout les super jeunes qui sont sur le tour, qui ont beaucoup de soutien financier de leur famille. So here up in blue, Mackay McNamara on his backside. The snap, carving his wave. Beautiful wave setting up for him. He's just looking smooth out there. Gaining on the inside section, another vertical. So a little snap there. So good job for Blue. So he's feeling the heat right now. A lot of waves being caught by Mackay. And here in white, we have Finn McGill. Tries that one move at the end, but unfortunately doesn't finish it. So talking a little about the difficulty for judges, of course, they are looking at a wave that breaks on both ways. And so if you're on a wave and there's another one with you going in the opposite, you're going to know that the judges are going to have to choose, of course. And they try to see as much as possible both waves at the same time, but it's possible to also not being able to see. So anyway, difficult job for the judges on these kind of shore breaks. And so juste petite récapitulative de la situation dans cette quatrième série, dernière série du 16e tour, du 4e tour, le 16e de finale. En tête, c'est Mackay McNamara avec 2 vagues. Il a un total de 8-15. En deuxième, en attendant sa deuxième vague, c'est Phil McGill. Dylan Goodell en 3e et Shaden Pacaro en 4e. Voilà une image des juges qui doivent bien sûr observer les surfeurs, noter les points et en même temps suivre les manœuvres de chaque concurrent et mettre les points dans l'ordinateur. Et c'est après l'ordinateur qui fait les calculs. Alors en attendant, bien sûr, félicitations bien sûr pour leur travail tout au long de cette compétition. 3 différentes catégories, plus d'une centaine de surfeurs. Et ça, c'est tous les jours, du matin jusqu'au soir. Alors, voilà une vague qui arrive. En jaune, Dylan Goodell se positionne et décide, hélas, de ne pas attraper cette vague. So there's a set rolling in. Dylan Goodell decides not to catch that wave. So here's changing of situation. So Finn McGill with 2 waves, 7.5 and a 4.75. So that gives him a total of 12.25. In second is Dylan Goodell. Yes. His first wave. Oh, excuse me. It keeps changing as the score is coming in. So Mackay McNamara is in second. He's got a 6.25 and a 5.0. That's 11.25. Dylan Goodell in third place, a 9.75 total, a 5-point wave, and a 4.75. And Shaden Pacaro with a couple of 1 points. Gives him a total of 2.35, and he's in fourth place.
Yellow, you need 6.25. Blue, you take the lead. You need 6.01. Minutes remaining. 14 minutes remaining. Okay, next hit. Quarterfinal man on man. Marguerite Matthew in red and Suetini Tomaka in white. Dans la prochaine série, quart de finale men en main, première série. Marguerite Matthew en rouge, Suetini Tomaka en blanc.
Is up and running in yellow. Dylan Goodell snaps it over and again tries to gain some speed on the inside section. Off the top, good job, lands it. Nice looking wave for him. So he's trying to improve on his 4.75. That's his second best scoring wave. And let's see what the judges give him. As you can see, the outer reef is breaking pretty nicely. As you can see the wind blowing, the offshore wind. And so we got some big sets way out there in the reef. And so by the time the energy of that wave comes into shoreline, so we should get some pretty good waves coming in a few seconds.
Last wave on blue 5.2.
So here, Shaden Picaro. No, decides not to take that one. But somebody looks like is, yes, up and running in white. Finn McGill. His backside, snaps it over again. Nice sprays coming out. And you can see it doubling up into that inside section. So he's going to bail out on that one. So he's trying to improve on his 4.75. That's his second best wave score. He has a 7.5 and a 4.75 with a total of 12.25. That's Finn McGill. And we saw Finn, of course, in the competition yesterday, unable to get out of the quarterfinals of the junior competition. He stopped there. And so looking, of course, to better. Of course, a little bit more prize money in the open section. Excuse me, in the open category. So Finn McGill right now in control, first place, 12.25. In second, in blue, Mackay McNamara with an 11.45. Dylan Goodale, 9.75, and Shaden Picaro just a 2.35.
You need 11.46. Minutes remaining.
All right, getting ready to take off here. This is Finn. Nope, they decided to leave it going. Yeah, it's a wave that's going to close out. So I mentioned earlier the last couple of days, it's quite difficult to read the waves and, of course, to position yourself in the lineup. It looked like it's going to be a nice one, and all of a sudden it just closes out. And so finding that right bowl, finding and positioning in the right peak, quite important, as of course it sets up your wave and sets up your maneuvers. And so that's why in one of the first heats of the day, you had waves coming in, but they're all bringing inside. And everybody's waiting on the outside, and so Stephen Pearson, one of the local favorites, wasn't able to qualify himself because he just caught one wave. And so quite unfortunate for him. And mentioning the Tahitians, there's a couple of Tahitians so far in the quarterfinals. There's already one Hawaiian, Eli Olsen. They'll have two more. That'll be 3 Hawaiians total. And you have up and running Dylan Goodell. Beautiful first snap. Comes out, gains some speed off the top. Down and turn. Oh, nice vertical with some sprays. Cuts it back into the pocket. Gains some speed again. And continues his moves. So that should be a really good scoring wave for Dylan Goodell. Of course, his 2 waves are 5.0 and a 4.75. That will definitely give him good enough score. He just needs a 6.45 to move into second place.
Wait for the score of yellow. Last wave of yellow, 6 points. Last wave of yellow, 6 points. Yellow, this is your best wave. You're still in third place and you need 5.46. Yellow.
So just getting in Dylan Goodell's score. It's 6.0. So he definitely improves his scoring total points, but he doesn't move into second place. So he's got an 11-point total, a 6.0 and a 5.0. He needs a 5.46 to take Mackay McNamara. And here in red, this is Shaden Picaro with his beautiful, beautiful vertical. He gets real powerful moves, getting a lot of water out of the water, in the air. And so that should be a better score for Shaden Picaro. Here in blue, Mackay McNamara tries to answer Goodell. Comes up smooth surfer. Sets up his vertical and falls over, unfortunately, on the end of that move. And so you have Dylan Goodell with an 11.0. He needs a 5.46 to move into second place. Mackay McNamara still there in second place at the point total of 11.45. And Finn McGill is still atop with his 7.5 and 4.75. That's a total of 12.25 for the Hawaiian, for the young Hawaiian. And he looks good to move on to the quarterfinals. So that's what right now, le classement pour cette quatrième série des 16e de finale. En tête, Finn McGill, 12.25 avec 2 vagues, 7.50 et 4.75. Deuxième, Mackay McNamara, 11.45, 6.25 et 5.20. Troisième, Dylan Goodell, avec un total de 11 points. Il a une vague à 6 et l'autre à 5. Et Shaden Picaro, sa dernière vague notée 6.65, une superbe note. Et lui, il améliore bien sûr ses points totaux. Maintenant, il a besoin que d'une vague de 4.80 pour se qualifier au quart de finale. So Shaden Picaro, last wave a 6.65, and he just needs one more wave, better than a 4.80, to move into second place. So we'll be watching him closely as we are coming up to about 5 minutes left on the clock. And Finn McGill in the lead, second place, Mackay McNamara. And Dylan Goodell just right behind. And as I mentioned earlier, with that 6.65, Shaden Picaro just needs a 4.80 and better to move in to the next round.
Okay, you lead in white with a 7.5 and 4.75. Second in blue with 6.25 and 5.2. Third place yellow with a 6 point and 5 point.
So here's red, Shaden Picaro, another wave. There's a floater on that one, beats it up to the vertical. Good job there. And so he jumps out of that wave. And as I mentioned earlier, he just needs a score of a 4.80 or better to move into second place. So did that do it? Let's see what the judges give him. So if he gets a 5.0, that'll be 13 points. Excuse me, that'll be 11.65. And he'll be able to edge out Mackay McNamara. We'll see what the judges give him. So there it is, the last wave of Shaden, 5.0. Who comes in second place and up and running. Dylan Goodell, wow, with a huge, powerful move, but falls over. So Shaden Picaro moves in from fourth to second. His last wave was a 5.0. That's a total of 11.65. We were talking about that earlier. Just edging out Mackay McNamara with the 11.45. So Mackay needs a 5.41. Dylan Goodell needs a 5.66. These two surfers, in order to qualify, need to beat out Shaden Picaro. So far, Finn McGill in the lead, 12.25. Shaden Picaro, 11.65 in second place.
3 minutes remaining. Yellow, you're looking for a 5.66, and blue, you're looking for a 5.41. Second place red, first place white.
So up and running in the blue, McKenna. Nice floater over the top, getting some seat bottom turn, gets a vertical, continues his way, slashing through, carving it out into that inside section, and does the last floater. Okay, so Mackay McNamara needs a better than a 5.41, and that's his wave. We have about 2 minutes left on the clock. As you see, our next competitor getting into the lineup. As last heat of this round of 16, we'll be jumping into the quarterfinals. We got 4 one-on-one quarterfinals coming up next. Here's Shaden Bacaro. Beautiful, nice, a lot of sprays at the top. Bottom turn again, cuts it back into the pocket. Smooth looking surfing and goes right into the inside section, into the shallow waters, finds some enough speed, and a good set, good wave for Shaden Bacaro. Of course, it started slowly in this heat, just 3 waves, about 1.0 or so. And here's Dylan Goodell's wave. Comes on the front side, slashing through, carving it out, and up the top, spraying some water out, going down. And moves up in a nice aerial. Does he land it? Yes, he does. Dylan Goodell lands that aerial. Did a couple moves at the top, and here we're trying to find. So Dylan Goodell waiting for his score. So Mackay McNamara's last wave was a 4.50. Not enough to get into second place. Remember, Dylan Goodell needs a 5.66 to get into second place, and we're just wondering what this last wave is, if we're going to get enough points.
Last wave on red, 5.9.
Here comes blue. Kai McNamara. Game speed with 10 seconds left on the clock. Snaps it up the top. Here comes the gets through the wave. So what? And so here we have. Oh, this is going to be fun. A lot of scores are coming in. Shaden Bacaro did a 5.90, moving him into first place, 12.55. Dylan Goodell's last wave. We'll see if it's enough to get in second, but then this is what I have. Shaden Bacaro in first with 12.55. Finn Miguel in second, 12.25. Mackay McNamara, 11.45. Dylan Goodell, 11.0. Really close heat between these 4 Hawaiians. And of course, scores are still coming in. And we're looking to see what Dylan Goodell did on that last big wave. If it was more than a 6.25, 2.6, then he'll get into it. If not, then we have Shaden Bacaro and Finn Miguel in the quarterfinals.
Okay, you wait for 2 minutes to reset on the terminal. Thank you. Vous attendez à peu près 2 minutes le temps qu'on remette les terminaux en place.
And there it is, a 5.45. Dylan Goodell does not make it through. So there, that was the last heat of the round of 16. Of course, we're moving on to the first quarterfinal of the day. And meaning first quarterfinal, we got 4 heats of quarterfinal, one-on-one, man-to-man. Et voilà. C'est la fin de ce 16e de finale avec, dans la dernière série, la qualification de Shaden Bacaro et McGill Finn. Et nous allons bientôt entamer les quarts de finale dans quelques instants. So we'll be right back in just a few moments as we'll start the quarterfinals of this PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti QS 1000 event here in Tahiti.
Okay, now we continue with the quarterfinal development with in red from South Africa, Matthew, and in white from Tahiti. 35 minutes, les séries seront de 25 minutes. Attention, priorité. Et ça va être au moins. Okay, first hit, coming down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is on.
Et voilà, vous avez entendu la sirène.
Priority red.
C'est le début du premier quart de finale entre le Tahitien Taumata Puhetini en bleu et le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray qui vient juste d'attraper sa première vague.
First place in red, Shaden Pakaro. Second in white, Phil McGill. Third place in
So you've
blue,
heard the horn. That's the start of the first quarterfinal between Taumata Puhetini in blue, and we just saw in red Matthew McGillivray catching his first wave.
Shaden and Phil qualify for the quarterfinal man on man. And Walker and Dylan, thank you for your participation.
Oh, excuse me. This is actually Matthew McGillivray. Taumata Puhetini was in white. So Matthew McGillivray with his first wave. Taumata, of course, also with his first wave. Okay, une petite erreur de ma part. En fait, en blanc, Taumata Puhetini, c'était sa première vague. Et là, ça, c'est Matthew McGillivray, sud-africain, avec sa première vague aussi. You can see getting into position. Matthew McGillivray, nice looking wave, setting up. Bottom turn, screeching from the top against the wind. Another cutback into the pocket. Following down the line, trying to gain some speed. Last move, a nice little aerial. Does he land it? Yes, he does. Good job. Matthew McGillivray.
First wave of white is a 6 point, the previous wave of red 7.75, and the last wave of red 9.5. Daniel Valguru, c'est un 9.50. Priority block. Priority is white. First wave of red, 7.75. Second wave of red, 9.5.
We're just getting in the scores. Wow. Matthew McGillivray, his last wave, about 9.50, almost a perfect wave. He adds into his 7.75. That's a total of 17.25. That's a lot of points to make up. Thomas Buhetini, his first wave was 6.0. Alors, voici la situation. Matthew McGillivray avec deux vagues. La dernière est 9,5. Sur cette dernière vague, presque parfaite. Avec sa première vague de 7,75, ça fait un total de 17,25. Tom Matapuhetini, juste avec une vague avec 6,0, il reste encore 20 minutes de compétition.
Minutes remaining. Il reste 18 minutes. Priority is white.
Up in red. Nice little vertical up the top of the wave. Cuts it back into the pocket. It's backside, snapping it through, carving another nice little floater. So good job. Matthew McGillivray looks good. all day yesterday in his heats and today again. And this last round of 16, winning his round of 16 and starting out really fast with two very high scoring waves. Taumata has his work cut out for defending champion in a hole here. C'est une troisième vague du surfeur sud-africain qui enchaîne les manœuvres, les figures, et qui bien sûr a très bien débuté. Et voilà, nous avons Taumata Pohetini avec sa deuxième vague. Oh, super flotteur. Oh, hélas. Et ne l'atterrit pas. C'était une superbe flotteur. Il a pris au moins 2-3 mètres de hauteur. Hélas, n'a pas pu l'atterrir cette vague-là. Il doit essayer de battre un 9,50 et un 7,75.
Dernière vague du rouge, c'est un 5 points. La dernière vague du blanc, 1,50. Le blanc qui a besoin d'une combinaison de vagues pour avoir un total de 17,26. La meilleure vague, c'est un 6 points. La dernière vague, 1,50. Le rouge, il a un 9,50 et un 7,75. Il reste 14 minutes et 20 secondes. 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Minutes and 30 seconds. 12 minutes et 30 secondes.
Voici le classement. Il reste encore 12 minutes. Matthew McGillivray, toujours en tête avec 17,25, un 9,50 et un 7,75. Taumata Pohetini a besoin d'une combinaison de vagues. Il a besoin de 2 vagues, qui totalisent plus de 17,26 points, bien sûr. Le gagnant, bien sûr, de cette série est en demi-finale. C'est ce qu'on appelle un man-to-man, tête en tête. Donc, toutes les vagues, seulement les 2 meilleures vagues sont totalisées. Et pour le moment, c'est le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray.
11 minutes remaining. 11 minutes.
Et voilà Taumata Puhetini qui lance sur sa vague. Il va faire une frontside.
Attention au côté
Un peu de
embouchure.
vissue. Et un flotteur encore qui l'atterrit, magnifique. Et un autre roller qui l'atterrit aussi. Deux belles manœuvres avec beaucoup de verticales. Et super vague pour Taumata. Il a besoin encore d'une autre vague d'auteur. Nous verrons bien sûr le pointage, combien ces deux grandes manœuvres lui vaut. Il veut dire par rapport à sa pointe totale, il a besoin de deux vagues. Nous avons dit ça tout à l'heure. Deux vagues qui totalisent plus de 17,25 parce que 17,25 c'est ce que Matthew McGillivray, le Sud-Africain, qu'il a. Et here in red, Matthew McGillivray, turn back turn, nice, beautiful height with the slipe.
The last wave of white 8.1. Last wave of white 8.1. Dernière vague du blanc, c'est un 8.10. Ok, c'est terminé.
Alors nous venons juste de recevoir le dernier score de Taumata. C'est un 8-10. 8-10 pour Taumata, sa dernière vague. Et il a besoin maintenant d'un 9,16. Ça veut dire une seule vague, d'autres plus de 9,16. Alors nous avons vu tout à l'heure que Mathieu, avec sa petite vague ici au rivage, a pu scorer 9,50. Alors il est très possible que Taumata puisse le faire. Et puis il faut qu'il engage plusieurs figures à la suite. Il faut qu'il engage sur une vague, le portant jusqu'au rivage. Vraiment, c'est ce que les juges préfèrent. Et c'est ce qu'ils ont donné au Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray. So here we had our first score. Taumata Puhetini with an 8.1 on that wave with those two huge maneuvers. And he just needs a 9.16 now to beat out Matthew McGillivray. Of course, 9.16 is a very high scoring for a wave. And if Matthew McGillivray was able to get a 9.50, then I'm sure Taumata has that capacity also, capability of also giving it that kind of a score as well. So this is what's going on right now here from the beach in Papara.
Et ceux qui vont à l'eau aussi, vous vous mettez bien côté papété. Pas gêner les compétiteurs, là on est à quart de finale main. Minutes and 30 seconds. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority is red.
Ils sont tous les deux pas sur la vague. Ils sont tous les deux pas sur la vague. Taumata Puhetini. Beautiful snap at the top, a nice beautiful floater, gaining some more speed. Another vertical, comes on the inside section, comes up, a beautiful snap again, and another floater, so that's a good one. So at the same time we had Matthew McGillivray catch that wave. Of course, I don't know, we couldn't see how he did as the cameras were focused on Taumata. But you can see Matthew already back into the lineup, so I'm thinking that he probably cut his wave short. And so we'll see what Taumata is able to muster up with that last wave. If he can improve on his 8.10, that once again reduces the score that he needs in the second wave to be able to beat out Matthew McGillivray. Alors, c'était la vague de Tomata Puhetini, une super vague avec plusieurs figures jusqu'au rivage. En même temps, il y avait Matthew McGillivray qui était sur la vague et qui allait côté de l'autre sens. Alors, on attend bien sûr le score des juges pour Tomata. Et si ça peut améliorer son 8-10, ça l'aidera au niveau de son score total. Ça réduira sa deuxième vague.
Five minutes remaining. Okay, last wave of red 7.9. Last wave of white 7.3. Dernière vague de rouge c'est un 7,90. Dernière vague du blanc c'est un 7,30. C'est ta deuxième meilleure vague.
So here we're just getting in the scores. A 7.90 for Matthew McGillivray on his last wave. Of course, we weren't able to catch it on screen, so he must have did pretty good moves. So he actually betters his score to 17.40, which puts Tomata in a pretty critical situation now. Instead of needing a 9-1, he now needs a 9-3 to win this heat. A pretty large task for the Tahitian surfer. Alors, nous avons vu les scores arriver. Matthew McGillivray, sa dernière vague, que nous avons hélas pas pu voir à l'antenne, vaut un 7,90, tandis que la vague de Tomata Puhetini que un 7,30. Alors, ça met une situation assez critique pour Tomata s'il veut se qualifier pour les demi-finales. Maintenant, au lieu d'un 9,1, il doit faire plus que 9,3 pour pouvoir se qualifier et battre le Sud-Africain, qui en ce moment surfe très bien.
Next heat in water. Orson Neely and Paul Shane. Two minutes remaining. Il reste 2 minutes.
Voilà aussi la vague de Tomata. Enchaîne sur son backside. Il attend que la vague se forme. Un premier roller. Un deuxième. Un troisième. En plus en vertical, un quatrième. Il continue sa vague. Un cinquième. Et il rentre jusqu'au rivage. Ça fait 5 rollers de suite. Je ne pense pas que ce serait suffisant pour Tomata pour se qualifier pour le prochain tour. So that was Tomata's last effort as he's going into shore. 5 snaps in a row. That's not going to do it. As Matthew McGillivray from South Africa makes it into the semifinals. Our first qualifier beating out the defending champion Tomata Puhetini with a score of 1740 to 1540. So congratulations once again to Matthew McGillivray from South Africa. He's the first qualifier into the semifinals. And we have an image of Tomata Puhetini, defending champion. Unfortunately, the waves were not here, but definitely had a really big challenge. And so, as you mentioned, good effort by the Tahitian, not able to, of course, defend his title. Is eliminated here in the quarterfinals against very good Matthew McGillivray, who's just been delivering on each wave, and just very impressive South African in this competition. And so, congratulations here to Matthew. So, here we are, second heat of the quarterfinals. 2 surfers, one from Hawaii in red, Eli Olsen, and in blue, Shane Holmes.
Official result of the last heat. First place in red.
Encore une fois, ça y est, la compétition a débuté pour la deuxième série de ces quarts de finale entre le Hawaïen Eli Olsen et l'Australien Shane Holmes. Une série difficile pour le tenant du titre Tomata Puhetini, avec un challenge du Sud-Africain assez impressionnant. 2 grosses vagues, un très bon pointage total que, hélas, Tomata ne pouvait pas, bien sûr, améliorer ses scores et ses chances. Alors, le Sud-Africain en pleine forme et il rentre vraiment comme un des grands favoris de cette compétition. On voit ici maintenant dans le line-up les 2 surfeurs, Eli Olsen à gauche en blanc et Shane Holmes d'Australie en droite en rouge. So here, first wave in white. Ooh, Shane Holmes catching some air and unable to land it. So they're getting out high there. This is at least 6 feet, 7 feet off the ground. Excuse me, off the surface of the water. So tough landing those airs as they get up there. So that was Shane Holmes' first wave. Still gets some points, 1.25. So he's in the lead after just one wave.
Priority one.
Non, ben, c'est de retour ici à Papara et en discussion avec notre journaliste de Tahiti Info, Simon Davanci. Bien sûr, belle vague aujourd'hui, difficile quand tu as deux surfeurs sur une vague. Des difficultés bien sûr pour les juges. En tout cas, on parlait bien sûr de Taumata Puhetini et bien sûr il a affronté un très bon surfeur et il n'y a rien à dire. Mais c'est pas évident hein, pour les juges. Ils sont tous focalisés sur un surfeur, ils ne peuvent pas vraiment voir l'autre surfeur en même temps. Et surtout si les écarts sont plus de 200 mètres de l'un et de l'autre. En tout cas, c'est comme ça la compétition sur les embouchures, ce qu'on appelle les short breaks. Il n'y a pas vraiment de bol comme à Chopo où tu sais qu'ils vont tous dans la même direction et ce sera toujours un par un sur la même vague. So here we have Eli Olsen with his first wave, cuts it back, gains some speed coming down the line, sets up his next move, tries to get something going, and yep, a little floater as he's laying it back. So that'll be first wave for Eli Olsen. So Shane Holmes, his second wave total was a 6.25. Good job for Shane Holmes. And so he's actually point total is at 7.50, while Eli Olsen is just scoring his first wave, and we'll see what the judges give him.
First wave of red, 4 points. First wave of red, 4 points. On est triade sur la super OD. On va même leur donner un replay, comme ça, s'il y a deux personnes qui lâchent la vague, on va monter l'autre aussi. Ah oui, parce que là, le split screen. Mais sinon, tu es avec les caméras, ok, normalement, caméra 1, s'il y a quelqu'un qui est plus sur la même vague, il faut avoir sur la gauche ou la droite. Interlead white with the 6.25 and 1.25. Second red. Red have one wave. 4 points. Red unit 3.51. Red unit 3.51.
Once again, another beautiful day out here in Paradise, south shore of the island Tahiti. Back here to the PAPARA Open, we have 16 minutes left on the clock. Shane Holmes in the lead with a 7.50, 2 scoring waves, a 6.25 and a 1.25. Looking, of course, to better his 1.25 to extend the lead. In second place, Eli Olsen, his first wave, just a 4.0, but still, that's good enough. He just needs a 3.51 and above to get into first place. So that's your first two. Voici un peu le classement de cette deuxième série des quarts de finale. Shane Holmes de l'Australie avec un point total de 7,5. Il a 2 vagues, 6,25 et 1,25. Et le Hawaïen en deuxième position, Eli Olsen, juste avec une vague, avec 4 points. Une vague qui est pas mal, puisqu'il a besoin que maintenant de 3,5 et plus pour pouvoir avancer à la première place et la qualification, bien sûr, aux demi-finales. Something, 100.
And 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Interlead white, second red. Red. I need 3.51.
Everybody's starting that business. Up and running in the red, Eli Olsen trying to improve on his 4.0. Of course, adding a second wave to it. It's a nice little snap at the top. Of course, landing that wave, and so he should get a pretty good score. Judges, he needs just a 3.51 and above to get into first place, and that was his wave. Encore retour à l'action ici au PAPARA avec Eli Olsen, le Hawaïen, qui enchaîne sa deuxième vague. Quelques manœuvres et le voilà bien sûr en position de mener cette série parce qu'il a besoin que d'un 3-5 et plus pour bien sûr se positionner à la première place. Sell it for $50. How much is it? $30?
Red unit 3.51.
You know what's the best deal? Is a car parts.
You have a 4 and a 3.
No. If you want to make a business here, it's car parts. I have my car that's waiting for the part. $4,000 for the, what is it, the transmission? 4,000. I went to Germany. Oh, it's an older one. It's a 94. Okay. I went to Germany. I got it for $200. So from 200, it goes to 4,000 here. Yeah, it cost me more to ship. It cost me $350 to ship it. Yeah. It's a big. It's by boat. It took me 3.5 months to get the freaking part, but Now I'm looking for the mechanic to put it in, of course. Yeah, and that's another challenge. You gotta get a mechanic. Yeah, my friend from Germany is like, "You serious, man? Let's get into this business. I'll get you all your parts you need." I'm like, and so it makes it so that you'll have to buy a new car. It's better to buy a new car than try to repair it. And that's the whole strategy. For the parts, you have to order it through. There's no private parts company. You have to order it through the dealerships. I don't know how that works, but that's what it is here. Up and riding, Eli Olsen once again, quite active in his heat. His third wave of the nice little 360, wow. So that definitely better. See, his last score was just a 3.0, so that doesn't improve his, of course. And right back, Shane Holmes also in a wave right behind him. And unfortunately, as we're following one surfer, we can't really follow the second one until the last moment. So we're just getting the last parts of the wave. And so Eli Olsen and Shane Holmes catching the third wave each. So there's a race out to the lineup to see who's going to get priority. Alors, ils ont tous les deux enchaîné la troisième vague. Et là, c'est un sprint au large pour voir qui aura la priorité. So there you have it. Shane Holmes winning the sprint. He gets priority, and quite important. As you can see, the waves aren't as consistent. So he has that first wave choice. Well, waiting, of course, for the third wave scores, and looks like Shane Holmes will get the better of it. A 5.75 gives him a point total of 12.0. Eli Olsen with his wave 3.25, so 7.25, so that improves just slightly. But still, Eli Olsen now needs an 8.0 to move into the lead. On a peu la situation, on avait vu les deux surfeurs se sprinter là, au large pour gagner la priorité. C'est bien Shane Holmes et sa dernière vague 5.75 qui améliore sa situation. Il a maintenant 12 points. Eli Olsen a juste un 3.25 sa dernière vague. Il a un total de 7.25 et il a besoin maintenant de 8 points pour dépasser Shane Holmes pour la première place. Problème avec la connexion là? Okay. On a perdu l'accès à l'internet là. J'ai perdu l'accès. De lâcher parce que les scores sont updated là. Non, c'est pas encore updated. Non. Pas pour moi en tout cas. Non, pas d'internet. Ça coupé.
looking for 8 points.
Tu vois la vague, ok, il reste encore 6 minutes. Ok, jolie vague qui est Paine Fierro. Tu vois? Et puis il y a toute une partie qui monte. Je me demande si ça vient enregistrer ou bien si ça vient poster. On ne sait pas regarder encore 5 heures de direct. Quoi. Mais moi j'ai regardé quand même pour voir, pour améliorer un peu sur le chat. J'ai vu que ça coupait et ça sautait. C'est dommage parce que c'est des lags en plein milieu des scoring points. Quoi. Ça va? T'as la connexion? On n'est pas en direct là. On n'est pas en direct?
5 minutes.
Non, à nous ça fonctionne bien notre. Non, non, non.
Priority is white and 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and red looking for 8 points.
Here comes Eli Olsen on his wave, trying to better his 8-point swoop. Oh, and airs it up, lifts the board over his head, but does not land it. So a little bit of trickery here for the young Hawaiian. He needs to do something because he's still lagging behind Shane Olsen's two-wave scores, a 6-2, 5-7, 5-7-5 for Shane Holmes. That's a 12-point total. Eli Olsen, of course, 7-2-5, 4.0, and a 3.25. He needs a better than an 8.0. Well, actually, he needs an 8.0 to win this heat and qualify. But with about a couple minutes left on the clock, and as you can see, conditions not quite consistent in regards to waves. So it's going to be quite a difficult task for the young Hawaiian.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Two minutes remaining. 2 minutes. One minute.
There comes Shane Holmes.
Priority.
This little wave here comes in the inside section, cuts it back. Another cut back, beautifully done into the pocket, up and over. That's a nice little floater, vertical. Catches the wave, continues on down the line. One more section, oh, beautiful snap. Laying it back there, and then that's will be done. So we got about 30 seconds left on the clock, and Shane Holmes feels pretty confident about his scores. And he's right about that, because with less than 30 seconds, we don't see any waves coming up for young Eli Olsen. Hoping for that miracle wave to come, but it's not showing up. So Shane Holmes, the winner of the heat number 2.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Et voilà, c'est la fin de série numéro 2 de ces quarts de finale avec la victoire de Shane Holmes d'Australie. 12 points total sur 7,25 de Eli Olsen. Nous allons bientôt commencer la 3e série avec le Tahitien Turo Aritu, Turo Enrique Aritu, qui sera en rouge. Il affrontera Finn McGill, le petit Hawaïen junior, qui impressionne tout le monde, bien sûr, par son surf. Et voilà. So that's the start of the 3rd heat in these quarterfinals. We got Dandy coming up with Turo Aritu, we could say the air specialist. And pretty much all of his waves in the last heat had an aerial at the end. And of course, Finn McGill, the Hawaiian, who's been quite impressive in this competition. Of course, he also competed in a junior, and so got a lot more surfing on this spot in competition conditions. So he'll be in the white. So Turo Aritu in red from Tahiti, and Finn McGill in white from Hawaii. Et là, le Turo Aritu, bien sûr, de Tahiti, qui se prépare pour... Enfin, la série a commencé et il espère bien sûr continuer à... Le dernier Tahitien en lice, voici Finn McGill. Non, excusez-moi. Ça, c'est Turo Aritu en rouge. Là, c'est à l'intérieur, un cutback, gagne un peu plus de vitesse. Est-ce qu'il va faire encore ça? Voilà, égal. Est-ce qu'il a atterri? Oui, sans problème. Tu le vois super content. À chaque vague qu'il avait entrepris, la dernière série, il avait fait ça. Et ça continue, bien sûr, sa bonne forme. So here we have Turo Aritu's first wave. And of course, with his signature move at the end, getting that little air 360 and landing it. So that should be a good score to start things off here in this heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. So that's Finn McGill's wave. Continue on the inside. One more. Oh, lands it awkwardly, loses balance, and finds the water. So still, he had some pretty good moves at the beginning of that wave. And we'll see how much that is. So first score is coming in for Turo Aritu, 5.25. Et ça, le premier score de Turo Aritu avec 5,25 pour sa vague. Et il mène il mène ce quart de finale à 5,25. Première vague de Finn McGill, 2,5.
Première vague du rouge, c'est un 5,25. Première vague du blanc, c'est un 2,50. Priority red. Priorité au rouge. Première vague du rouge, 5,25. Première vague du blanc, 2,50.
Ma connexion 3G, ça marche pas. No, not even my
Okay, official result. Dr. Rafi. First place in white, Shane Hall, 12 points. Second place in red, Elias Song, 7.25. Qualified for the semi-final, home. And Eli, thank you for your participation. Priority in red. First wave of red, 5.25. First wave of white, 2.5. Priority white.
Voici Touraritu en rouge. Un roller, le deuxième roller, un peu de vitesse. Un dernier roller qui l'atterrit très bien. Super vague pour Touraritu, c'est sa deuxième vague. That's Turu's second wave of the heat. So he should get some pretty good scores as was able to link up a few maneuvers.
Okay, Daniel Marguru, 7 points. Last wave of red, 7 points.
Les juges donnent 7.0, 7 points pour Turu, sa deuxième vague. 12,25 total. Finn McGill maintenant a besoin de 9,75 pour la tête de sa série. So, coming in on Turu's last scoring wave was a 7.0. And here we can see out there in a white Finn McGill with his wave. Beautiful. Vertical off the top. One more snap. Good job. Trying to gain some speed on the inside section as he's coming towards the shoreline. Able to do a cutback. Small little cutback. Gaining more speed. One more move to go. And up. Good job. Snaps it off as the wave was breaking. So that should definitely give him a better score. Of course, he only has one wave at 2.50. This is the third heat, quarterfinal.
Priority rouge. Red priority. Pour la vague du blanc. Last wave of white, 5.9. Dernière vague du blanc, 5.90. Okay, white, you need 6.36. White, you need 6.36. First place red, second place white. 17 minutes remaining. Last wave of red, 2.65. Dernière vague de rouge, 2,65. Ok, next hit. Ouvrez Dimitri. PAPARA Open. Prochaine série, ouvrez Dimitri en rouge et en blanc. PAPARA Open.
So here, Finn McGill's last wave was a 5.90. That moves him up to an 8.4 total. He now needs just a 6.35 or better to get in the lead, while 292 stays on his 12.25 total, wave of 7.0 and a 5.25. Encore le classement, il reste à peu près 15 minutes. La moitié, presque la moitié de ce quart de finale. Le dernier est ici en lice, 292 qui mène cette série, 12,25 points total. Deux vagues, un à 7,0 et l'autre à 5,25. Finn McGill, juste derrière à 8,40. Il a fait une vague de 5,90. Il a besoin de 6,36 total pour prendre la tête de cette série.
Minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, taking off on this wave, no.
Priority white.
Alors, priorité maintenant au blond, parce que Turo
La priorité est au blanc.
avait décidé de peut-être prendre cette vague, après à la dernière minute, il s'est arrêté. Alors maintenant, la priorité, c'est au blond. So, yeah, once again, priority to white. The Tahitian looking to catch that wave, but decided in the last moment to stop his progress. And so he's coming up with another wave here. Another small one on the inside. No, decides not to go on with that one. So trying to be selective here. Of course, Turo wants to improve, of course, his scores, because you never know, just one wave away from qualifying in regards to second place. So he's looking at this one that's building up pretty nicely, gaining some speed, catches in, and here he goes. Et voilà, un super flotteur pour débuter les choses. Il revient avec un cutback. Continue, un autre roller, jusqu'à la vague se casse, pas mal pour sa quatrième vague de la série. So we just saw Turari 2 with his wave. Nice little moves there, and we'll see what the judges give him. Of course, trying to improve on his 5.25. That's his second best score, and he just caught his fourth wave. And of course, always trying to secure the lead, as you know, anything can happen, right? Because Finn McGill just needs a 6.36 and above to take the lead, and so just one wave away from. So anything can happen here, as we're coming around 10 minutes to go in this heat.
Last wave of red, 4.9. Daniel Val-du-Rouge, 4.90. C'est toujours en tête, le blanc a besoin de 6.36. Priorité blanc. Last wave of red, 4.9. White, you need 6.36. And 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Celui-là.
Finn McGill pulling out of that wave. Now loses priority to the Tahitian, Turaritu.
Situation not change. White, you need 6.36. Priority is red.
Ok.
9 minutes remaining. Il reste 9 minutes.
Ah, ok.
Et Finn McGill. All right, Finn McGill goes through that section.
Eight minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining.
The waves have gone down, and we're trying to catch the right one. A little difficult for both surfers. Finn McGill's last wave just a 2.0, as we could see the next quarterfinal, the last quarterfinal of the day, which could have two competitors getting ready, of course.
Priority is red.
Here comes Finn McGill on the inside. tries to find something, just can't do it. Of course, he does not have the priority, so that's the reason why he's catching the inside. So Turaritu still maintaining the priority. And of course, he has first choice on the waves. And Finn trying to get things going. He just hasn't been able to string up a second good wave. He just needs a 6.36 to get into the lead. Turaritu, of course, with his 12.25 total, has a pretty commanding lead. So heat is coming down. It's like less than 6 minutes left. Crunch time for Finn McGill. If he wants to move on to the semifinals, he needs to find a wave now. And of course, Aritu's just setting up. And so here's Finn's wave. And no, doesn't command up the way he likes it. Wanted it. Et voilà. Il reste 6 minutes dans cette compétition et on voit que Turaritu, bien sûr, aux commandes avec un 12-25 total, 7 points et 25-25 pour ces deux vagues. Finn McGill essaye ces 4 dernières vagues, pas mieux que 2 points. Difficiles les conditions, les vagues ne sont pas trop au rendez-vous. Et comme on peut le voir, Finn McGill n'a pas la priorité, alors il essaie d'attraper les petites vagues à l'intérieur et même ça sans succès. Turaritu qui a la priorité a le premier choix sur les vagues.
Five minutes. Il reste 5 minutes. La priorité est toujours le rouge.
For those of you just tuning in here, we're at the quarterfinal heat number 3 between the Tahitian in red, Turaritu, and Finn McGill from Hawaii in white. So we just have about under 4 minutes to go on the clock here in this third heat. We got so far Matt McGillivray from the first heat qualifying the semifinals, Shane Holmes from the second heat, and here we're waiting to see if it's Turaritu or Phil McGill. Nous sommes ici en direct de la plage de Taharu. Il reste à peu près 3 minutes dans cette série. Nous avons Turaritu de Tahiti qui mène la danse. 12-25 points total avec une première vague de 7 points, deuxième 5-25. Et suivi de près de Finn McGill avec 8-40. Il a besoin que de 6-36 ou mieux pour prendre la tête de la série et se qualifier pour les premières demi-finales. Pour le moment, nous avons Matthew McGillivray et Shane Holmes qui sont tous les deux qualifiés pour la finale. Matt McGillivray qui avait battu l'autre Tahitien Thomas Tapuhetini dans la première série de ses quarts de finale. Tandis que Shane Holmes avait battu Eli Olsen de Hawaii. So, as we can hear the announcer say, 3 minutes left on the clock. No change in situation. It's calmed down quite a bit since the beginning of this day, where the waves are a lot more consistent. And of course, as you can see in these beautiful images brought to you by Tahiti Broadcast System, covering all Tahitian sporting events live here on the webcast. And thanks to sponsor the Office of Posts and Telecommunication for this great internet connection, in order so the people around the world can come and view and see our beautiful island paradise, as well as this wonderful PAPARA Open Tahiti. Yes, it is a qualifying series, 1,000 event, meaning a winner of this event gets 1,000 valuable points. And of course, their goal is to qualify for the World Championship Tour. So really happy to be collaborating with the World Surf League and all technical officials here in Tahiti to make things happen and bring you the best live broadcast possible. Alors, juste un remerciement à l'Office de Poste et Télécommunications pour cette connexion Internet ici, pour livrer ce direct de la plage de Taharu. Une compétition internationale avec plusieurs pays représentés. Et là, nous avons bien sûr un seul surfeur en cours, en lice, dans ce troisième quart de finale, Turo Aritu de Tahiti, qui mène cette série 12,25 points total. Une première vague à 7,0, deuxième à 5,25. Il est suivi de près de Finn McGill, qui lui aura besoin juste d'une vague de 6,36 pour se qualifier pour la finale. So here comes the set, and it looks like Finn McGill is going to be taking off on this. No! Once again, priority is with the Tahitian, Turo Aritu. As you can see, the shoreline, everybody is coming to support the last Tahitian here. Of course, defending champion Taumata Puhetini got eliminated earlier in the quarterfinal moment. So, got takeoff by Finn McGill, snaps it off from the top. Oh, loses control, loses his balance, and falls down. And so, that's not going to be good for Finn because you have 40 seconds left on the clock. He needs to get back into the lineup, catch a wave, and hopefully score more than 6.36 to get into the next round and the semifinals. On vient juste de voir la vague de Finn McGill, bien sûr, perd le contrôle, perd l'équilibre. Il perd cette position, la priorité, bien sûr, pour Turo Aritu. Et avec une vingtaine de secondes, je crois que la victoire sera attribuée aux Polynésiens, aux Tahitiens, Turo Aritu, le premier Tahitien et le seul en lice dans cette compétition. So here it goes, Turo Aritu with this last wave, and that's it. You can hear counting down the announcer. And there you have it, end of heat number 3 with the victory of the Tahitian Turo Aritu, 12.25 total. Finn McGill from Hawaii, congratulations for this great adventure in this competition. Finn also competed in the juniors, and so he'll be very happy with his performances. A youngster from Hawaii coming all the way to Tahiti and performing. And so, ouais, voilà, c'est la fin de cette série. Victoire du Tahitien Turo Aritu. Et on le verra en demi-finale. So here it is, the last heat of the day in the quarterfinals, excuse me. And it'll be quite a battle. Shaden Picaro from Hawaii will be in white. And Dimitri Ouvre from St. Barthélemy from the Caribbean Ocean. Yes, the Caribbean in action here in quarterfinals. And Dimitri, from the first round off, impressed everybody with his surfing, and making it all the way through to the quarterfinals, quite an accomplishment. And the horn sounding off, and just talked about Dimitri Ouvre, and coming through here, and first in red, that's him, Dimitri Ouvre, snapping off on the top bottom turn with a cut back into the pocket, and so that'll be a small wave, but still, as you can see, a lot of the conditions aren't really favorable as waves are pretty rare. And so catching that one wave just to get things started is a good thing. Alors, la première vague de Dimitri Ouvre, le Caribéen de Saint-Barthélemy, ouvre la danse dans cette dernière quart de finale avec une petite vague. Il a pu mettre au moins 2 figures qui lui donnera quelques points. Et pour commencer, comme vous avez vu dans la dernière série, les vagues se font assez rares, et de pouvoir rapporter des points aide la situation du surfeur. En tout cas, Dimitri Ouvre avec sa première vague. Nous attendons bien sûr les résultats des juges. Et Shane Picaro aussi avait pris une petite vague, mais je ne pense pas qu'il y a un grand total pour celui-là. So, as the scores are coming in, we're just mentioning how the waves are actually cooling off. We had some pretty good heats in the round of 16 with a lot of waves coming through. And as we're getting through the qualifying stages here on this one-on-one, waves have fizzled out a little bit. So we can see the beautiful black sand beach of Papara. We are in Tahuru River mouth, and this spot is called Popoti Beach. So in the red, up and going, Dimitri Ouvre snaps it off of the top. A nice little vertical, yes, through crashing wave. And another couple maneuvers for the guy from the Caribbean Ocean. And looking for the here's Shaden Picaro with his second wave. And pretty good story with Shaden coming in on the last heat and qualifying here for the quarterfinals. Doesn't make that floater, and then actually falls down. So as mentioned before, Shaden Picaro, his last 2 waves near the ending of the heat or enough boost him from 4th place into 1st place. So Shaden Pakara, coming from way back, had a really slow start in the round of 16 on that heat where it was 100% Hawaiians, and he was in last place, and he pulled off a couple waves in the waning moments of the heat to take 1st place. And so here he is now in the quarterfinals, trying to make it into the semifinals. So Shaden Pakara from Hawaii, doing good, of course, of what the waves are giving him. Not as ideal as you would like it. Earlier I said in our broadcast, the waves are a lot more consistent. Here the waves are becoming a little bit more rare, so wave selection will definitely be important. Positioning, of course, and priority. So it is Dimitri Ouvre who has priority. We're just waiting for his 2nd wave score, which should be a good one, around the 6.0 range as I see the judges' scores come in. So, and that will solidify his lead. And that's a 6.0 for Dimitri's 2nd wave. And so it gives him a total of 10.25. So now Shaden Pakara also with his 2nd wave of 3.6. Shaden Pakara now needs a 6.65 to move into the lead. Alors voici la situation au niveau des 4 premières vagues, les 2 premières vagues de chaque concurrent, de chaque surfeur. Dimitri Ouvre de Saint-Barthélemy, sa dernière vague notée 6 points, ce qui lui donne un total de 10.25, un 6 points et un 4.25. Et Shaden Pakara de Hawaï, sa 2e vague dotée de 3.60. Et voici Shaden Pakara sur cette vague. Il passe un roller, un 2e roller avec la vague qui prépare un peu de vitesse là, sur bottom turn sur un autre roller. Et un dernier roller, excellente vague pour le Hawaïen. Et juste à côté du rivage. Alors ça va lui valoir beaucoup plus de points. Il a besoin d'améliorer. Comme je disais, 6.65, c'est les points qu'il a besoin pour prendre la tête de la série. Nous attendons bien sûr les scores attribués par les juges pour vous donner un récapitulatif du point total. Et voilà. So here we have Shaden's score of 5.0. So he has a total of 8.60 now. He only needs a 5.26 to pull into the lead. So betters his 2nd wave and giving him a total that inches him closer to Dimitri Ouvre. So now he just needs a 5.26 or more to get into the lead. That's Shaden Pakara from Hawaii in white. So Dimitri Ouvre with priority sitting out there in the lineup. As you can see, some waves coming through here.
Priority is red. Côté Wataya, il y a un compétiteur pas loin de vous.
So we're going to be finishing up this PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti. Of course, we are in the last of the quarterfinals, and we're going to run the 2 semifinals and the final. We should be finished for the day. As we mentioned, we started competition on Sunday with qualifying heats in the Pro Open on Monday and Tuesday. And of course, yesterday we had the junior categories finals. And so congratulations to Summer Macedo from Hawaii. And in the women's division and junior men's, it was Noah Hill from Venice Beach, California, who pulls out the victory over. And just to mention that there were 2 Tahitians in the finals. Fiero Vahine from Huahine in the women's. And we had Elliot Putquas from Tahiti also in the men's final. And so 2 Tahitians making it all the way to the finals. Congratulations to the logos, and of course congratulations to our junior winners. As I mentioned before, Summer Macedo from Hawaii and Noah Hill from the United States winning the juniors divisions. And here we have still in the lineup our fourth quarterfinal. In white, Shaden Picaro. And in red, Dimitri Ouvre from St. Bart's in the Caribbean Ocean. Alors, je mentionnais bien sûr les victoires hier de la Hawaïenne Summer Macedo et de l'Américain Noah Hill, et qu'il y avait deux Tahitiens en finale, Vahine Fierro de Huahine et Elliot Ross de Tahiti. Félicitations à tous les concurrents et surtout aux vainqueurs de la division junior de ce PAPARA Pro Open, Summer Macedo et Noah Hill. Alors nous sommes de retour sur le plan d'eau avec, comme vous avez vu, les vagues au large qui se cassent. Ça veut dire que la houle arrive vers le rivage et nous espérons avec de belles vagues. Et nous avons un vent, comme on dit, offshore qui permet les surfeurs de pouvoir surfer sur les vagues. Le offshore wind, bien sûr, fait en sorte que la vague ne se casse pas si vite avant que les surfeurs puissent mettre des figures dans la partie critique de la vague. Alors, nous avons 4 juges et les 2 meilleures vagues sont notées pour le total. Et la situation est inchangée avec Dimitri Ouvre en tête avec 10,25 et Shaden Picaro avec juste 8,60. Shaden Picaro de Hawaï a besoin d'une vague dotée de 5,26 ou plus pour remporter la victoire et remporter la première place. Nous avons à peu près 15 minutes dans cette série.
Second place in white, Akir Singh. Qualify for the semi-final too, Arito Enrique. Akir, thank you for your participation.
So just getting from the announcer official scores, of course, of the last quarterfinal heat with the victory of the Tahitian Turo Aritu over Finn McGill from Hawaii. Finn McGill, of course, runner-up in the Rongadua Open last week. It's a good performance from the youngster from Hawaii. And here again, he makes it into the quarterfinals. So up and running, we got in red, Dimitri Ouvre, who loses his priority. Wave didn't go the way he thought it would go. Dimitri Ouvre loses his priority. And now white has the advantage, meaning white has the choice of the first waves coming through. So this should be exciting last 15 minutes as waves are slowly coming in, and of course choosing the right one is going to be the difference here. So here on the inside, Dimitri Ouvre makes the most of this wave, snaps it off the top as it breaks, and so just been able to pull one move in that wave. Alors c'est la vague de Dimitri, bien sûr il avait perdu la priorité et là on le voit en pleine action avec un enchaînement, une tentative de roller qui réussit juste une vague, une manœuvre sur une vague. Alors ça ne va pas lui ça va pas lui donner énormément de points. Il reste encore quelques minutes, plus de 14 minutes dans cette série. Et toujours en tête de cette série, c'est le surfeur de Saint-Bat, Dimitri Ouvre, avec 10,25. Encore Dimitri Ouvre à l'intérieur. In the inside section, Dimitri comes out, pulls out a couple vertical snaps. That should give him some points. He's trying to improve on his second wave score of 4.25. And so just to comfort his lead. Shaden Picaro, of course, has priority. He's sitting on the outside. And he needs a 5.25 score to take the lead. So anything can happen here in the last 10 or so minutes.
Matthew from South Africa and Shane Holmes. from Australia. Next hit, McIlroy Matthew from South Africa and Ponche from Australia.
There goes Dimitri Uve on the inside. He gets covered up. Does he make it out? So once again, beautiful wave by Dimitri Uve. Gets a 5.35 on that cover up. And, and like I said, amazing surfing from Dimitri Uve all along this competition. And so the Caribbean, and so he establishes the lead comfortably. He has an 11.35 total. So first wave of 6.0, his second wave of 5.35. And excuse me, that actually is not his last wave score. It's good. It's actually more than that. His second to last was a 5.35. And here I was looking at the judges' scores coming up pretty soon. So he should be scoring around that same range. So yeah, it's actually also 5.35. So his last three waves for Dimitri Uve is a 5.35 and another 5.35. So that little barrel that he caught on the inside worth a 5.35. So still the same situation. Dimitri Uve in the lead, 11.35. And Shaden Picaro just needing one wave. He's outside with priority. And waiting patiently for the waves to come in. Alors on avait vu bien sûr la vague de Dimitri Uve à l'intérieur. Un petit tube qui réussit à rester sur ses pieds. Ça lui vaut juste un 5.35, ben juste, ça lui vaut un 5.35. Et lui, bien sûr, garde toujours la tête de la série 11.35 avec à peu près moins de 10 minutes dans cette série. Shaden Picaro qui garde la priorité, attend à son tour avec beaucoup de patience pour une vague. You can see the beautiful sights here at the south side of island of Tahiti. We have Mahiniatea Point there. And of course, we are at the river mouth of the Taharu River. Of course, the river mouth laying a nice bank here underneath. Of course, giving these waves for our surfers to enjoy. And so we got a couple of the surfers, I think, deciding not to catch this wave. Of course, it's closing out on them. And I believe, yeah, priority still remains with Shaden Picaro. Nous sommes toujours dans cette même situation avec Dimitri Uve en rouge et Shaden Picaro de Hawaï qui a la priorité. Une belle journée ici sur la plage de Taharu. C'est un spot de surf qui s'est créé grâce vraiment au dépôt de sédiments de la rivière Taharu. Une rivière protégée par l'association Iora Taharu. And here goes Dimitri Uve in red on its backside. Snaps it up, a nice vertical, spraying some water around. A second one through combines the third one, and 3 moves on the same wave. So once again, Dimitri staying active, is catching his 4th wave of the heat. And his 2 best scores are 6.0 and a 5.35. So looking at those 3 vertical snaps, spraying a lot of water in the air. It looked like the judges, impressed enough the judges. The judges looked impressed with that wave. And I'm seeing the scores coming through. And he should be very happy. Dimitri Ouvre gets an 8.5. Oh, geez. That just pushes him even further ahead. 14.5 total. And so it pays to stay active on the inside, as the judges are going to be rewarding surfers who risk it all with those kind of moves. And Dimitri Ouvre, 14.5 total. Best scoring wave of his heat, 8.5 and a 6.0, gives him a total 14.50. Shaden Picaro now waiting for his last wave also. He was on the same wave, but on the opposite direction. And judges will have to tallying up that score, and we're just waiting to see. So yeah, 6.75. So that's an 11.75 total for Shaden Picaro, 5.0 and a 6.75 the last 2 waves. So now Shaden needs a 7.76 or more to beat out Dimitri Ouvre for a spot in the semifinals. Alors, voici la dernière situation sur cette vague. Dimitri Ouvre avec sa dernière vague. C'est 3 rollers qui ont bien impressionné les juges. Et les juges lui ont doté un 8,5 pour cette vague. Impressionnant score. Il ajoute à son 6.0. Ça lui donne un total de 14,50. Shaden Picaro, sa dernière vague, 6,75. Pour un total de 11,75. Maintenant, Shaden Picaro de Hawaï a besoin d'un 7,76 ou plus pour se qualifier dans les demi-finales, pour une place dans les demi-finales. Et toujours, la priorité est au blond. So, staying active on the inside for Dimitri Ouvre is quite a good strategy, as you can say. Staying active, of course, gives you that rhythm, and it keeps you warm, of course, so you can do the right maneuvers and right figures on those waves. And so judges rewarding Dimitri Ouvre on that inside section. Situation inchangée, toujours Dimitri Ouvre en tête avec 14,5. Shaden Picaro en deuxième, 11,75. Le Hawaïen a besoin d'un 7,76 ou plus pour prendre la première place de la série, et première place, une qualification pour les demi-finales. Et nous voyons les compétiteurs de la première demi-finale qui seront dans l'eau. Et il s'agit de Matt McGillivray. Et voici Dimitri Ouvre encore sur une vague. Prépare pour la vague. Il vient avec un roller. Oh non, il décide de sortir de la vague. Et il a quand même un bon avantage là sur ces 2 scores, avec moins de 3 minutes dans la série. Et voici Shaden Picaro coming on the inside. Up. Snaps it through, but doesn't make it. So Shaden Picaro catching one on the inside, and here comes a beautiful one lining up for Dimitri Ouvre on his backside. Bottom turns up, beautiful vertical off the lip, And another cut back into the pocket. Patient, buying his time for the inside section to form. Here he comes. Put in one more move if he can on the shoreline. He's right on the shore. Nice little snapping wave. So as you can see, long waves also can pay off, and a lot of powerful moves in that wave for Dimitri Ouvre. And so 2 minutes left on the clock, and you see the other competitor, Shane Holmes, in the white, going out into the lineup and getting ready for that first semifinal against Matthew McGillivray from South Africa. So Shane Holmes from Australia, from South Africa, Matt McGillivray, and Turu Aritu from Tahiti. And we're just waiting for one more. Will it be a Caribbean or will it be a Hawaiian in that final four? We got about a minute and 30 seconds left, and it looks like Dimitri Ouvre, representing St. Bart's, will be moving in to that final four, and he'll be meeting up with the Tahitian, Turu Aritu. So we're just, nous arrivons vers la fin de cette série. Dimitri Ouvre en tête avec beaucoup de points. Dernière vague de Shaden Pacaro à 5,90. Pas suffisant pour prendre la tête. Avec 30 secondes qui restent, Shaden a besoin d'une dernière vague. Et peut-être c'est celle-là. This is Shaden's last wave. He needs a good score. Snaps it off the top. Comes over, gains some speed. Whips it through. Trying losing speed on that last maneuver and just can't make it through. And so that's not going to do it. Time is winding down. Good effort, though, by Shaden Pacaro from Hawaii. It's going to be the Caribbean in the final four. Dimitri Ouvre, just impressive, quite active, over 10 waves in this heat, and definitely pays off for him as he scores a good total of 14.5 compared to Shaden's 12.65. And so Dimitri Ouvre from St. Barthélemy will be in the final four as this heat counts down. So here's Dimitri Ouvre in the red as he goes back to shore, and Shaden Pacaro from Hawaii. So here it is, the final four. First semifinal, a South African, Matt McGillivray, against the Australian Shane Holmes. Second semifinal right after, Turu Atiru from Tahiti. And it's going to be the native from St. Bart's, Dimitri Ouvre, in the second semifinal. Et voilà, dans le quart de finale, le dernier carré, nous avons un Sud-Africain, Matt McGillivray, et l'Australien, Matt. Et voilà, nous avons dans cette première demi-finale le Sud-Africain Matt McGillivray contre l'Australien Shane Holmes. Et deuxième demi-finale, le Tahitien Turu Atiru contre le natif de Saint-Barthélemy, Dimitri Ouvre du Caraïbe.
Official last hit, number score for final. First place in red, Dimitri Ouvre, 14.5. Second in blue and white, sorry. Second in white.
So just want to mention our sponsors for this event. Without the sponsors of this event could not be held. Air Tahiti Nui, Jeep, Fiat, Vans, Air Tahiti, Tahiti Info, Tahiti Nui Television, TBS5, Vini, Coca-Cola, Telectronic, TSP Radio 1, TRF FM, Poema Insurance, Sociémat, Tahiti Tourism, the Government of French Polynesia, the Institute of the Youth and Sports, the Commune of Papara, the Federation of Tahiti, and the World Surf League. These are our sponsors for the event. Okay, up and running. In the white, Shane Holmes, a couple powerful moves. And so he gets his first wave in there. Excuse me, this is probably his second wave. I'll take that back. It is his first wave. So Shane Holmes is on the board with a 1.0. Just a couple moves on the inside. Oh, so that was, excuse me, his second wave. So 1.0 and a 3.25.
First wave of white, 1 point. Second wave of white, 3.25.
So he's got a 4.25 total. And Matthew McGillivray up and running on this wave, comes in. Nice cut back, slides it over, cut back into his pocket, trying to gain some speed. So a couple cutbacks for Matt. And we saw him in the quarterfinals, quite active on the inside as well. And so that might be the strategy for both surfers. Instead of waiting for the bombs, sets coming in out there. We saw in previous heats, some surfers not catching just one wave and not scoring much points. So. Et voilà, c'est le début de ces demi-finales, les deux premières vagues de Shane Holmes qui prend la tête de cette série. Il avait une première vague dotée de 1 point et une deuxième à 3,25, un total de 4,25. Et Matthew McGillivray, sa première vague, 3,75. Alors, il est en deuxième position. Il a attrapé qu'une seule vague. So here comes Shane Holmes. Picking up some speed. Beautiful off the top. A lot of sprays. And one more vertical. Good job. Lands it. All right, 2 nice moves on that wave. And he's 2 better scores, of course, 2 better waves. And so that should definitely extend his lead. Shane Holmes from Australia. Alors, la vague de Shane Holmes, comme vous avez vu, 2 grandes manœuvres sur la vague. Super verticale. Et ça va lui donner encore quelques points. On verra ce que les juges vont lui donner, mais ça va beaucoup améliorer cette situation. Première place, bien sûr. Et comme tu peux le voir, 6,25 pour Shane Holmes. Et ça lui donne un total de 9,50. So we're just getting 6.25, as you can see here the announcer say it. That's Shane Holmes' last wave there. A couple powerful moves. And in the critical section, of course, the wave is breaking. And so impress the judges with that wave. And 6.25, so that's 9.50 for Shane Holmes. So he comforts his lead. Matthew McGillivray, who's caught just one wave, needs now a 5.76 to get the lead.
Priority red.
Okay, here comes Shane Holmes. Another wave. Looks like it's gonna line up pretty good. On his backside, bottom turn up the top. Beautiful spray. Goes in the floater. Oh, falls. And then on the same wave, we have Matthew McGillivray coming on the inside section, up and over, lands the board, and so he should get a really good score on that wave. Shane Holmes tried an acrobatic figure, but doesn't land it, unfortunately. And Matthew McGillivray on the same wave, the opposite side, scores big on that one. Alors, nous avons vu les 2 vagues de ces deux. Shane Holmes, 4.2 in his last wave, and so that's a 10.45 total. And in the lead now, Matthew McGillivray, a 7.75. Beautiful power moves down the line, and so that impressed the judges. Of course, a long wave all the way to the shoreline. And so here comes Shane Holmes, quite active here, trying to catch up here. Up and over, beautiful, powerful snap off the top. He's trying another nice floater, lands it, gains some more speed. One more floater. Coming on the inside section, snaps it off the top. Good job. Shane Holmes responding. Matthew McGillivray with a 7.75 puts him in the lead. And right after that, Shane Holmes comes back with another wave. And so we'll see what the judges give him on that one. So far, Shane Holmes trying to catch up to Matthew McGillivray. Shane Holmes in second, of course, Matthew in first. South African has 2 wave totals. And so that does it for him. Shane Holmes, 5.75. Added to his 6.25. That gives him a total of 12.0. Shane Holmes is back in the lead. So Matthew McGillivray delivers with a beautiful wave of his own. Right behind that, Shane Holmes comes back with another beautiful wave and a good score, which pushes him in the lead. So Matt had the lead for just a few seconds before Shane Holmes takes it back. Alors, la situation a changé plusieurs fois là, dans la dernière série d'échanges entre les deux. On avait vu une super vague de Matthew McGillivray avec plusieurs snaps, un surfeur super puissant et qu'il a bien sûr scoré un vague de 7,75 qui lui a donné la tête de la série. Et juste après ça, Shane Holmes, l'Australien, revient avec une vague dotée de 5,75 et qui reprend la tête de la série. Alors, bien engagé dans cette série. Shane Holmes toujours en tête avec 12 points. Maintenant, Matthew a besoin d'une deuxième vague dotée plus de 4,25 pour prendre la tête de cette demi-finale. So pretty heated exchange between the two surfers. Matthew McGillivray, of course, delivering with that beautiful wave. And Shane Holmes fighting back, responding. And so, as I mentioned earlier, Matthew just had the lead for just a few seconds. And Shane Holmes comes back and, of course, delivers. So exciting looking final here. We got about 15 minutes left in this semifinal. Of course, the goal is to make it into the final and win it all with those 1,000 points. And in semifinals, if you don't make it through, you get 560 points and a $700 prize money. And so in the final, first place, 1,000 points, $2,000, and second place in the final is 750 points with 1 moments and going. All of a sudden, the lineup just lights up with these waves coming through. And you can see a slight offshore wind, so that keeps the waves faces open as long as possible. And that's the kind of wave you want if you want to carve it through. Alors on disait que les vagues étaient un peu rares en début de cette série et tout à coup sont au rendez-vous. Et comme vous pouvez le voir, le vent est un vent offshore qui donne quand même une possibilité de sculpter la vague avec des figures. Et voilà. Alors le total maintenant pour Mathieu a besoin d'un minimum de 4,25 ou plus pour prendre la tête. Il reste quand même encore 15 minutes de compétition. So once again, special thanks to our sponsors for giving us this live broadcast, TBS5, Tahiti Broadcasting Systems, broadcasting all sporting and cultural events in Tahiti. And here comes Matthew. Oh, no, and decides to pull out of that one in white. Here comes Shane Holmes, another nice move. Off the bottom turn, decides to just bail out of that one, kick out of that wave. So he loses priority. Matthew has priority now. You can see a competition zone here, about close to a couple hundred yards. And to the right of your screen, see the waves are breaking as well, and then that's more right in front of the river mouth. And so there's a bank that's pretty happening there. And so there's quite a few surfers. Water patrol trying to move out some of the surfers who are sneaking in there. And so here's Matthew McGillivray now decides to pull out of that one. Alors on parlait un peu de l'embouchure et le dépôt de sédiments qui crée bien sûr les vagues que nous voyons. Et tout à fait à droite de l'endroit, vous voyez, il y a pas mal de surfeurs qui essayent d'attraper les vagues. Et c'est normal, hein, ici à Tahiti. Hein, tous les embouchures ont des belles vagues. Alors les habitués du spot sont présents. Voilà, comme vous voyez là, c'est l'embouchure, la rivière qui sort. Alors Shane Holmes, last scoring wave, 6.25. So it adds into his lead, total 12.5 now. And so now Matthew needs a 5.75 to get back into the lead. As you can see the waterfront, that the sun is going down here. We got a sunset at around 6 p.m. But since we're far down south of the shore, so the sun is behind the mountains and light is getting slowly disappearing here. Of course, we have another semifinal and a final, so one more heat, one more hour of competition to go. And we'll find out who will be the winner of this year's PAPARA Pro Open, because it's going to be a new one. So Shane Holmes, looking at this wave, going on the backside. Oh, pulls out of it. So as we mentioned before, Tomata Puhetini, who had lost his quarterfinal heat to Matthew McGillivray, he was the defending champion. And local Tahitian bows out of that competition at the quarterfinal. So here comes Matthew McGillivray on his backside. Sats it up the top, bottom turn, beautiful, powerful spray there. Another snap. Coming in, the inside section, continues, stays on his board. And so that's going to be a good score for the South African, who has been quite impressive throughout this competition. Delivering move after move, good shape, catching a lot of waves, and of course scoring the waves needed. So that's going to help his cause, I think, more than a 4.75. And that should help him get into the lead as we see helicopters flying by here over the surf spot here. Alors Mathieu McGillivray qui a sa dernière vague il essaie d'améliorer si c'est 4,75 et s'il arrive à le faire, ben il sera premier de la série, et si c'est le cas, ben en finale. Alors il reste encore moins de 10 minutes dans cette série, et en attendant bien sûr les derniers résultats de Mathieu McGillivray. Est-ce qu'il prendra la tête de cette demi-finale? On verra bien.
Last wave of red, 5.8. Last wave of red, 5.8. Situation change. Now in the lead, red. White, you need 7.31. White, you need 7.31. 9 minutes remaining.
Here comes the scores on Matthew McGillivray's last wave. Judges, powerful surf for Matthew, carving out that section, and I believe that he'll definitely get better. And so here comes, in red, Matthew again, follows it up with another beautiful wave. Oh, catches some air on that last move. And so another wave, he follows it up with another wave. So both surfers quite active in this heat. Et nous avons bien sûr la vague de Mathieu. Il enchaîne deux vagues en 2 minutes. Et je crois qu'une de ces vagues va être doté plus de 4,75. Voilà. 5.80. That's what Matthew did on that last wave. So he pulls out into the lead. 7.75 plus 5.8, that's a 13.55 point total. And so Matthew McGillivray, surfing wonderfully throughout this competition, is now taking the lead over Shane Holmes from Australia. Shane Holmes has a couple of 6.25s, now needs a 7.31 to move into the lead. Comme je disais, 5,80. Et voilà, Mathieu, sur sa deuxième vague, 6,50, qui ajoute encore plus sur son total. And here he is, Matthew again. Mathieu, super flotteur. Encore un autre, juste un flotteur. Alors, je disais, les dernières deux vagues de Mathieu McGillivray à 6,50, qui améliore sa deuxième bonne vague, qui veut dire un total de 14,25, 7,75 et 6,50, ça lui donne un 14,25. Il prend la tête de cette série, prend la tête de ces demi-finales. Shane Holmes, très actif, même, hélas, a que deux vagues de 6,25, un total de 12,50. So we just got in Matthew McGillivray's second wave score. Of course, we saw those two waves within the last minute, and his wave was a dandy, 6.50, which adds into his best scoring wave, 7.75. His total is now 14.25. Shane Holmes now needs an 8.0 to move into first place. And here comes Shane Holmes. Beautiful, powerful move. Gains on the inside section off the lip. And so two good moves and a couple of 6.25s. He needs right now at 8.0. There's still some time left on the clock. There's about 7 minutes. And so if Shane Holmes betters one of those 6.25s, then he doesn't need an 8.0. He probably needs less to move into the first place.
Last wave of white, 6.2. Last wave of white, 6.2. Last wave of red, 2.4. White looking for an 8 point.
Here comes Matthew again. Off the top, aerial, lands it. Woo! Covers up. Oh my gosh. And another aerial, and he lands it again. Oh my gosh. Beautiful sequence. Matthew is on fire. Pulling off those moves. Man, this guy is on it. So we'll see what the judges give on that. He got a couple aerials, he has slight cover up, and so, whew. Boy, Shane Holmes got his work cut out for here. Alors, on a vu cette séquence extraordinaire de Matthew McGillivray.
The last wave of red, it's a 10 point.
Wow, there you have it. 10 point, the best wave. Two aerials, a slight cover, and you can't beat that. 10.0. So Matthew McGillivray, 1775 total. Boy, Shane Holmes got. Well, never say never, of course. Less 3 minutes left on the clock, but Matthew McGillivray's on fire here today. I don't see anybody can beat him. Well, not Shane Holmes anyway. This is still 2 minutes left in this heat. But, wow, if you're sitting up in the lineup and you hear everybody screaming and all of a sudden the judge says 10, just might feel kind of lonely out there. Shane Holmes, Australian here, is going to have to, even with a 10.0, still won't be able to pull ahead. So, safe to say, well, I'm not going to say anything until the fat lady sings, but Matthew McGillivray, les juges lui ont doté un 10 points. Impressionnant. C'est le premier score parfait de la compétition. Un 10 points pour le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray. So just to mention, I just finding out that this is the first perfect 10 of the contest, meaning of the competition. So 3 days of competition, and Matthew McGillivray delivers the first 10 here in the semifinals. So he's my favorite into the final. I know there's a Tahitian coming up, so but still, on the way that Matthew is surfing today and the previous days, he looks unstoppable here. So definitely a huge confidence booster for the South African. And you can see several countries participating in this Tahiti, this PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti. And Matthew McGillivray on his way to the final for sure. Less than a minute left on the clock. Shane Holmes moves in closer. He has priority in this heat, and he's waiting for his wave. As you can see, more and more of the local population coming out and checking out the second semifinal, of course, with the Tahitian local boy, Turo Aritu, will be facing
30 seconds.
Dimitri Ouvray from St. Bart's.
Seconds.
So here you have the announcers counting down.
10 seconds.
So this is Shane Holmes' last effort. Unfortunately, doesn't go for him. And so nice run from the Australian Shane Holmes, who makes it all the way to the semifinals. But the task was just overwhelming as Matthew McGillivray, dominant, perfect 10 on this score. And so he makes it into the final. So we have one more semifinal heat featuring the Tahitian boy, Turo Aritu, versus the Caribbean, Dimitri Ouvray from St. Bart's. So this should be an exciting event. Dimitri Ouvray was quite active in his last heat. Quarterfinal, he caught over 10 waves. And so Turo Aritu, also an aerial specialist, is gonna give it his best as well. Alors, deuxième demi-finale. Avec le Tahitien Turo Aritu et le Caribéen Dimitri Ouvray. C'est le et voilà, encore 25 minutes pour départager ces deux athlètes pour rejoindre le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray en finale.
Matthew McGillivray from South Africa. Second in white, Shane Holmes from Australia.
Here in the white, Dimitri Ouvray. Couple of snaps, setting up another one. Oh, slides it over, got some fins out of the water. So we'll see what the judges in right there. Turo Aritu with his wave. Bottom turn coming off the top. Oh, aerial, and sticks it. Yes, he's still on the wave, still catching some wave. And there, getting some speed, trying to get in the inside. Oh, unfortunately, he loses balance. So I was talking about that aerial specialist, Turo Aritu. I think it was in around the 16. He caught like 6 waves, and all of them had aerials at the end. so that's the aerial specialist here, the Tahitian Turo Aritu. Alors, vous avez vu les premières 2 vagues de Dimitri Ouvray et du Tahitien Turo Aritu. On a parlé de figure acrobatique, et c'est la signature de Turo Aritu. Alors, on regarde d'avoir les premiers scores de Dimitri Ouvray. On avait vu juste la fin de sa vague. Mais apparemment, il avait enchaîné quelques manœuvres assez radicales, assez puissantes. So, here comes the first scores. Dimitri Ouvray with the 7.25, open strong. So he strikes first, and Turaritu with his wave, and Ariel just a 3.50. So Turaritu is now in second place. He needs another wave. Dimitri Ouvray takes the lead, 7.25. Alors, première vague des deux surfeurs, l'avantage pour Dimitri Ouvray avec un 7.25. Et Turaritu from Tahiti, de Tahiti, Turo avec sa vague de 3,50. So I'll be right back in this semifinal heat number 2 in just a few moments. Je serai de retour dans quelques petites minutes de cette couverture de la demi-finale.
Priority red. Deuxième vague du blanc, 7 points. Deuxième vague du blanc, 7 points. Last wave of white, 7 points. First wave of white, 7.25. Première vague du blanc qui était à 7.25. No priority. White priority. Deuxième vague du rouge, 2.90. Last wave of red, 2.9. 18 minutes.
Et du nouveau? Non.
Okay, 17 minutes.
We're back in live action here at the PAPARA Pro Open in Tahiti. So situation unchanged. Dimitri Ouvre with 2 waves, 7.25 and 7.0. Here comes Turo Aritu with his wave. A slight little floater here, snaps it up. That's a little, and he comes into the inside section, up and over, and definitely lands that aerial to finish off the move. So Turo Aritu with the 2 small scoring waves, a 3.5 and a 2.9. Hopes to add in. He needs a combination of 2 waves in order to move into first place. So Dimitri Ouvre, commanding league in the first. And here he comes, backside snaps it, beautiful powerful move coming down, the bottom turn up in vertical, another vertical as the wave is breaking. So he pulls out of that one. So Dimitri Ouvre 7.25 and a 7.0. And here comes Turo Aritu's last wave score, a 4.5, so he adds it to a 3.5. That's an 8.0 total, 9.75 total. And so he still needs a 9.75 to take first place here in the second heat. And so Dimitri Ouvre starts really strong, a 7.25 and a 7.0. And Dimitri Ouvre's last wave is 6. Here comes an inside Turo Aritu. Cuts it back into the pocket. Another aerial, which he unfortunately doesn't land. And so they're trying to stay active on the inside. Still a lot of time to go, 15 minutes left. Et voilà, nous avons vu l'enchaînement des vagues de Turo Aritu, qui lui, sa dernière vague, c'était 4,50, qui lui a valu, avec son 3,50, sa première vague, ça 8 points. Mais il a quand même besoin d'un 9,75. On voit bien sûr les vagues arriver. Hélas, les surfeurs ne sont pas en position pour les attraper puisqu'ils avaient attrapé les petites vagues juste devant. Et là, le set il vient juste d'arriver. So here are the sets rolling in here. Seems the waves have picked up here in this semifinal. And as you can see, priority goes to Dimitri, who's out there waiting for that set. And he's comfortably in the lead, a 7.25 and a 7.0. So Turo Aritu needs a 9.75. Of course, his 2 scores, it's just a 4.5 and a 3.5. Alors, la situation, bien sûr, inchangée. Le Tahitien qui a perdu sa priorité. Et lui, il a besoin quand même d'un grand score de 9,75 pour prendre la tête de cette série. Dimitri Ouvre est très actif, comme d'habitude. A pu quand même enchaîner de très belles vagues. Ses premières 2 vagues lui a donné les points total que nous voyons maintenant.
Minutes. 14 minutes remaining.
Et voilà, Turo Aritu avec sa vague, ça c'est sa 5e vague. Intérieur, encore 360 Ariel. Et il vient près du rivage, encore une autre manœuvre à faire. Non, juste on est back. Et voilà, il atterrit. So here's another, I call him an aerial wave. This is the aerial specialist here in this competition. But with those aerials, of course, the judges are preferring those really strong, powerful moves, and so not giving too much points for these kind of smaller waves and acrobatic moves here. So still, it doesn't improve. Well, he does improve a little bit, 4.85, and so that gives his total up to 9.35, and now Turo Aritu needs just now 9.40. 9.40, of course, with about 12 minutes left on the clock. So I think his strategy is just to stay active. Of course, he does not have priority. It's Dimitri Ouvre who has priority, so making the most of the smaller section, the smaller waves, and the inside section. Turo Aritu staying active. And here comes Dimitri Ouvre. No, he decides not to catch on one. Voilà un peu la stratégie de Turo Aritu, de rester actif. Comme il n'a pas la priorité sur les premières vagues qui arrivent, alors au lieu d'attendre, il décide de prendre les vagues à l'intérieur. Et là, ça lui a valu 4,85. Toujours en deuxième position. Il a maintenant besoin d'une vague dotée de 9,40. Et pour ajouter, bien sûr, à son 4,85. Et un total, bien sûr, qui sera au-dessus de 14,25. C'est le score que Dimitri Ouvre possède là en ce moment. All right, Dimitri Ouvre decided to catch wave, and here comes a couple of snaps, slides it over, gets his fins out of the water, and so that should be another good wave here for Dimitri. With that wave, of course, he loses priority. Now priority goes to Turo Aritu from Tahiti.
Last wave of white, 6.2. Dernière vague du blanc, c'est un 6.20. Mais toujours en tête, le rouge a besoin de 9.40. Et il reste 10 minutes.
So we saw a few huge sets rolling in, so potentially, as we noticed, we started later in the day to start the competition as we were waiting for the rising tide. And so in full effect, hopefully right now, we can see those sets coming through. Of course, our surfers were out of position and weren't able to take advantage of those bigger set waves. Could hear the crowd going, woo. And so here comes one on the inside. This is Turo Aritu.
No priority.
Nice little, vertical, loses control, falls over. Quite unfortunate. He had a nice bottom turn into that vertical position and then snapping back down, wasn't able to stay on his board. So Turo Aritu loses priority. Dimitri Ouvre now has it. We have about 7 minutes left on the clock. Nous avons vu bien sûr la dernière vague de Touro Aritu. Il perd la priorité. Et c'est maintenant Dimitri Ouvray qui se lance dans le line-up. And so, actually, on that same wave, Touro Aritu was catching and fell over. Dimitri Ouvray was on the other side, actually. We didn't see that. And he scores a 5.35 on that last wave, so quite consistent. And that he's starting, of course, his competition in the first round and making his way all the way into the semifinals. And along the way, he was able to eliminate some pretty good competition. Nous arrivons à moins de 5 minutes avant la fin de la série. Situation inchangée. En blanc, Dimitri Ouvray. Sur les commandes, il est sur la vague. Une première roller, deuxième, un troisième sur la vague. Encore un quatrième, excellent. Arrivé à le virage, cinquième manœuvre. Alors 5 rollers de suite. Pour le Caraïbien de Saint-Barthélemy. So that was a pretty good wave. 5 snaps into that one. And of course looking to better his scores and beef up his point total. And of course making it even more difficult for the Tahitian to get back in the race here. Of course, waiting in the final, the South African Matthew McGillivray. Wow, 775. So we talked about improving his numbers, and he sure does. So Dimitri Ouvray has a 15-point total. So 70-75 and 725. And now that puts Touro Aritu in a very, very difficult situation. He now needs a combination of waves. So he needs 2 waves totaling over 15 points in order to win this heat. A very difficult task, but not impossible. Here comes his first wave. Here goes. No, he falls over. And so maybe feeling the pressure here, the youngster from Tahiti, who made a pretty good impression in Rangiroa Pro, scoring a perfect 10 at that contest in Rangiroa. But today, Touro Aritu is just being outmatched here. Dimitri Ouvray just lining up the scores and commanding lead, 15 points. And Touro Aritu, of course, needing a combination. Alors, voici la situation. Dimitri Ouvray toujours en tête. Même, il conforte sa première place avec une vague de 7,75. Il nous donne un total de 15 points. Maintenant, le Tahitien Touro Aritu a besoin d'une combinaison de vagues. Ça veut dire qu'il a besoin de 2 vagues, avec un total de 15 points pour remporter la victoire. Alors, tâche très difficile. Vous avez vu sa dernière vague, il n'a donné pas grand-chose. Il a un peu de difficulté là, parce que... Et bien sûr, Dimitri Ouvray est très confortable dans ses vagues.
Une minute et 30 secondes.
Turaritu sur sa vague. 2 cutbacks, un flotteur et encore un autre flotteur. Un troisième flotteur est pas mal, il atterrit. Et de l'autre côté, nous avons Dimitri Ouvray qui finit sa vague. Encore une fois, Touro a besoin de 2 vagues. 2 grosses vagues pour pouvoir améliorer sa situation. Et pour le moment, il y a beaucoup de difficultés. Dimitri Ouvray domine cette série. Il nous reste moins d'1 minute. Et la victoire est presque assurée pour le natif de Saint-Barthélemy dans les eaux Caraïbes.
30 secondes.
So we can safe to say with about 30 seconds left, it's Dimitri Ouvray who's going to be moving on into the final with a pretty good score of 15.0. And Touro Aritu Tahitians ends his adventure right here in the semifinals. So a $375 prize money, excuse me, $700 prize money for the 2 semifinalists. And of course, and that's the end of that second semifinal. And so here we have a pretty good final between the Caribbean and the South African, as you say with the accent, South Africa. Matthew McGillivray versus Dimitri Ouvray. And as will be final, so in just a few moments, we'll be back with the final. Once again, Dimitri dominant in this heat, 15 points, and Touro Aritu from Tahiti, 9.55. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Alors, nous revenons dans quelques instants pour la finale entre le Sud-Africain Matt McGillivray et le Caraïbien Dimitri Ouvray en finale, ici en direct de la plage de Taharu pour cette finale du PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti.
Non, large, large, vas-y, shoot. Large, large. Attends, qu'est-ce qui se passe maintenant? Pourquoi il recommence tout seul?
Ouais, parce que là, après c'est la finale.
Voilà.
Donc il donne un temps de repos à celui qui vient de finir. C'est l'autre, il a déjà une demi-heure de repos.
Ah oui.
Et l'autre, s'il doit réattaquer, c'est tout un repos avec l'autre, il a
Bon, ben très bien, mais là, ça, elle prend large. Je reste encore large. Ouais, c'est ça. Et comme j'adore
Ok, pour la...
comme là, j'adore. En fait, tu vas voir, si je parle plus doucement, vraiment doucement, c'est que c'est pas grave si je suis à l'antenne, tu vois. Parce que je pense que je suis moi à l'antenne. Mais dès que tu me vois filmer un fond ou bouger ta bouche, c'est sûr que je crois que je suis pas du tout, je suis pas online, quoi. Non, mais il était tout mignon. Et j'ai juste entendu dire, ok, je te prends après. Ok, ok. Ah, t'es allé parce qu'il y a eu une vague. Tu l'as mis en lit?
Ben
Et
non,
donc, bah,
après, quand tu te démarres, il est fatigué.
comment je t'ai fait, Hudson, change.
L'autre il a vu, mais en fait il te dit faut mettre.
Non, non, attends.
Dès qu'on est de l'autre façon, on a fait 14 fois.
les hommes ont monté, c'est quoi c'est qu'il avait tout.
Okay, all the surfers, please clear the water. We start the fire. Allez, les petits surfeurs, vous allez sauter. Hein? Vous allez chez le côté un peu en dessous, vous allez sinon supplémentaire. Et on va terminer la journée avec la grande finale. Après, vous allez avoir tout le week-end du surfing. On a besoin de 25 minutes. Alors, essayez d'être patient pendant 25 minutes. Voilà, Marou. The grand final. In red, you have Matthew Contilivre from South Africa. And in white, Great Beauty. Et donc Dimitri qui vient de Saint-Barthélemy. Ok, allez, en pause, s'il vous plaît. Faut pas trop. On peut avoir assez de lumière. Et on va vous demander 25 minutes. Avec ceux qui sont côté en bouture, là, allez l'autre côté de la roue au piqué, là. Merci. Merci de votre compréhension. Voilà, et ceux qui sont en face du sol, vous allez l'autre côté de la roue au piqué, vous restez complémentaires. Sinon, vous venez en taper et vous regardez la finale. C'est mieux, bah, comme ça, il y a pareil. Finally, she can fell out. 25 minutes in. Allez-y. Et donc les séries seront de 25 minutes. 25 minutes hit.
Virginia. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PAPARA Pro Open Tahiti. This is the final. Yes, a good one indeed, with South Africa being represented by Matthew McGillivray and St. Bartholomew. Dimitri Ouvray, of course, these two finalists. Outsiders, as what we like to call them, because this is definitely the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, and they've been able to eliminate all local competitors. And so the South African Matthew McGillivray in the last semifinal scored a perfect 10. The best score and the only 10 of all the competition. So he's definitely on fire, as well as Dimitri Ouvray, quite active, powerful moves, and of course so consistent. That is the reason why he is in the final. Nous arrivons bien sûr. Et voilà, c'est le début de cette finale entre le Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray et le Caraïbien Dimitri Ouvray. Encore une fois, une finale de 25 minutes. Le vainqueur reçoit 1000 points, un prize money de $2000 et bien sûr les points nécessaires pour le classement dans le WQS. Et encore placement dans le WQS, dans le top 10 à la fin de l'année, ben, tu te qualifies pour le World Championship Tour, le WCT. And so just mentioning, of course, this is a 25-minute heat. The final, of course, winner of this heat will receive 1,000 valuable points in their WQS standing, and of course, prize money of $2,000 US. So first wave for the Dimitri Ouvray. So he decides not to continue on with the wave. Of course, this wave has been quite inconsistent conditions. And have you seen that they were being very selective? Except for Dimitri Ouvray, I think he just caught every single wave out there. And here he is. And of course, that's his signature. He decided to stay active on the inside when he doesn't have priority. And of course, busting the best moves when the right waves were coming along. So good strategy by the Caribbean. And so we're talking about moves, we're talking about maneuvers, and impressing the judges, of course, these two athletes throughout the heats. Dimitri Ouvray starting with the first round, making his way all the way into the final as well. The same for Matt McGillivray. Understanding these two surfers are surfing out of their zone. And this is the Hawaii Tahiti Nui zone. And the Rangiroa Open last week and PAPARA Open this week here in Tahiti. So two great events, different style, different waves, and for a viewing pleasure, of course, for everyone who's tuning in, welcome to Tahiti. You're catching just this final. We have a good one indeed. Juste un récapitulatif, bien sûr, de cette Open de Tahiti. Avec le Rangiroa Open, deux événements du WQS, qui est le World Qualifying Series, c'est les qualificatifs pour les championnats du monde, le tour de championnat du monde qui se déroule bien sûr en ce moment en Australie. Et à la fin de cette saison, le cumulatif des points, ben, si tu es dans le top 10, tu fais partie de l'élite mondiale. On parlait bien sûr de ces deux athlètes qui ne sont pas de cette zone. Nous sommes dans la zone Hawaii Tahiti Nui, une nouvelle zone cette année qui a été créée par le World Surf League. Et bien sûr, qui donne beaucoup d'opportunités pour nos surfeurs tahitiens. Nous parlons bien sûr des surfeurs tahitiens. Nous avons eu hier 2 en finale pour la compétition junior. Elliot Napies chez les garçons et Vahine Ferio chez les filles. Et là, ici en demi-finale, Enrique Turo, qui a fait bien sûr la demi-finale contre Dimitri Ouvré. Alors Dimitri Aritou avait marqué les esprits lors du Ronguera-Roi avec une vague dotée de 10 points. La vague parfaite, au fait. Et voilà. Et aujourd'hui, il est arrivé jusqu'en demi-finale. Beau parcours. So start to this final heat. This final, of course, pitting 2 of the best surfers in this competition. They've been consistent throughout, talking about being able to eliminate some pretty good competition. Matthew, of course, eliminating the defending champion, Taumata Puhetini, back in the quarterfinals. And Dimitri Ouvre, of course, eliminating Turo Aritu, Tahiti's favorite, local favorite here in his spot. And so they deserve to be here. Alors, nous parlons bien sûr des surfeurs, des étrangers de la zone qui ont fait un parcours impressionnant. Et puis là, en rouge, Matthew McGillivray. This is his first wave. Busting out a couple beautiful sprays up the top and loses control and falls down. So that was Matthew's first wave. Dimitri scored on his first, I guess you could say, semi-attempt. He had a 0.35, and that's noted, of course. And then here, Matthew on his first wave. Got a couple nice sprays off the top. And even though he fell down, he's going to get some good points. 6.25 for Matthew. So enough to impress the judges at the beginning of that wave. Pulling off beautiful snaps, beautiful verticals. Getting some buckets of water flying up into the air. And with that nice sunset, of course, it's even more impressive. So I guess maybe going backside for Matthew is probably the best thing to do. La première vague de Mathieu McGillivray, 2 rollers impressionnants avec beaucoup d'eau dans l'air. Et même malgré sa chute à la fin de la vague, il reçoit quand même un point de 6,25 qui lui donne la tête de la série.
Et donc on a un 6.25 pour le rouge et un 0.35 pour le blanc. La priorité est pour blanc.
Okay, so there Matthew comes in there and gets too much speed on there, lost control. Powerful surfer, Matthew McGillivray. Of course, you can notice of all that water being sprayed in every snap that he does. And same thing goes for Dimitri. And of course, in these conditions, a crafty surfer with those kind of really solid moves has pretty much an advantage. We can talk about Matthew's perfect 10 earlier on, a couple of snaps, and then he did a couple of aerials in a row. And so that definitely impressed the judges and gave him a 10.0, the only perfect score of the competition. On parlait bien sûr de ces conditions idéales pour des surfeurs qui arrivent à effectuer ces manœuvres comme les rollers. Et on parlait cette vague parfaite de Mathieu McGillivray, doté de 10 points sur 10, où il avait enchaîné 2 figures acrobatiques aériennes. Et bien sûr, impressionné les juges, tout le monde avait donné 10 points. And so here you have the opening, the award ceremonies in just a few moments. You notice our sponsors. That's a big help to get this event going. And can't say enough about the support getting from the community and the commune of Papara, the Tahitian Federation of Surfing, and of course for this live broadcast, the Office of Post and Telecommunication, giving us the connection we need to give you this live feed, this webcast. And so big thanks to them. And going back to the action, here we have, oh no. And so here's a little view of the break spot. Of course, you can see the sun is setting out into the west. We are in a south-facing shore, so this swell has kept up since Sunday, on average about 4 to 6 feet faces, and as we'd say in meters, 1.5 meters. So second wave, third wave here he goes. Matthew tries to get in there, cover, gain some speed, catch up to the wave. He does so, but definitely pulls in and goes through the back door. So not a good choice for Matthew here. Trying to get things going, of course, trying to improve, staying active. We've seen a lot of the winners in these heats catching a lot of inside breaks just to stay active. And once again, staying active so that you can stay in that groove. And so when the wave does show up, meaning the perfect wave, you're able to perform. And here comes Dimitri Uwe with his nice little section, carves it out, cuts back into the pocket, patiently waits for the wave to form, snaps through another one, comes up, vertical up the top, gets some sprays out, another one. And so this could be a good score for Dimitri Uwe. As mentioned before, being able to perform in that sense of staying in the groove. And this is Dimitri Uwe from the beginning of the competition until this final. He's just been really active and putting a lot of maneuvers in the waves and taking it all the way to shore. And so the judges, of course, looking at the workload that you're putting into each wave, of course, compensating, rewarding these surfers for their efforts. And so there you have it, 5.25 for Dimitri Uwe. That gets a good score for him. That moves him up to 5.9 total. He just needs now another wave of 2.1 and above to get into the lead. And Matthew McGillivray, of course, sits on his 2 waves, set 0.35. Voilà, je parlais bien sûr que Dimitri Uwe dans ses sélections de vagues, toujours très actif. Et nous regardons bien sûr une vague qui arrive. Here comes Matthew with this wave, sets up pretty nicely, gains some speed, getting ready for a nice cut back into the pocket, getting ready for the inside section, creates another cut back and comes in closer. Here comes his move up the top, over, and once again gaining more speed, getting into that inside all the way down to the shoreline, catching every single little bit part of this wave. And so you can see right there the beach. He's goes all the way into shore. Once again, as remember, I mentioned earlier, the judges rewarding these surfers as they take the whole wave from the top all the way down into to the shoreline. And so we'll see a pretty good score for Matthew McGillivray. He just needs to improve on this 110, and I'm sure he does that pretty well. Alors, je parlais bien sûr du constant un peu du travail effectué par ces surfeurs. Je parlais de Dimitri Uwe qui constamment était resté actif dans ses choix de vagues, très actif avec plusieurs rouleurs, et qu'il commençait à l'extérieur et il arrivait jusqu'au rivage. Et là, bien sûr, une récompense sur les points donnés, bien sûr. Alors, here goes Matthew's second score, 4.90. And that's good enough, of course, to improve on his second best wave. And so he has a total of 11.15. And now Dimitri Ouvry now needs a 5.91 or above to get into the lead. Alors, je parlais bien sûr du fait que Mathieu et Dimitri, dans leur sélection de vagues, dès qu'ils s'engagent sur un, effectuent plusieurs manœuvres jusqu'au rivage. Et quand tu fais des longues vagues de ce genre, c'est assez épuisant. Et ça montre peut-être que tu es en forme, physiquement en forme, surtout après avoir enchaîné 4 séries aujourd'hui. Et on les voit bien sûr, ces athlètes, de très grands athlètes qui se préparent, conditionnement physique, préparation physique générale à côté, et en même temps au niveau de ces compétitions. Et voilà, Dimitri Ouvry avec sa vague. Et oh, par-dessus, oh, encore un roller avec beaucoup d'eau. Un flotteur arrive sur son bottom turn. Encore une autre manœuvre sur la vague. Et il rentre jusqu'au rivage. Très content avec cette performance. Comme tu le vois, il a pu effectuer ses... And so 10 minutes left on the clock here. It's winding down. The waves are here. Athletes are... The surfers are engaged, and one after the other, exchanging blows like in a boxing match. Matthew McGillivray coming back with a 4.9, and Dimitri Ouvry following it up with a 5.25. So good competition out there. Exciting heat for everybody on shore, of course, who's watching. And so great spectacle for everyone, and especially for you who are tuning in to this live broadcast brought to you by Tahiti Broadcast Systems, TBS5, and sponsor Office Post of Telecommunications. Alors, on parlait de ces conditions, et bien sûr, une compétition très rude entre ces deux compétiteurs, ces deux surfeurs qui s'échangent. On a vu Mathieu McGillivray avec un 4,90 et Dimitri Ouvry qui revenait avec un 5,25. Et là, sa dernière vague encore, Dimitri très content. On attend les résultats des juges et on voit que les juges vont lui donner, oui, c'est exact, 7,75 qui lui donne, bien sûr, la tête de la série. Alors, 7,75, changement de situation. Dimitri Ouvry avec 13 points de lead. His last wave, a 7,75. Which propulses him into the first place position. Here comes Dimitri Ouvry. No, he decides not to take that. So his wave total of 7.75 and 5.25 gives him a total of 13.0 points. Matthew McGillivray needs now a 6.76 or better to take the lead. So Matthew's wave total is 11.15, 6.25 plus a 4.90. And so Matthew right now is in this situation who he needs to better his second score. He needs to score 6.76. And so we have about 7.5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. So finally, this final is heating up. And you can see the exchanging of blows these two surfers are giving to one another. And of course, Matthew strikes first with 6.25. And then Dimitri comes back with a 5.25. And then Matthew comes back with a 4.90, and then Dimitri answers back with a 7.75. And so exciting matchup here. On parlait de cette compétition, deux boxeurs qui s'affrontent là, avec Mathieu McGillivray, première vague 6.25. Dimitri Ouvry revient avec une autre vague à 5.25. Mathieu revient encore avec un 4.90. Et Dimitri avec 7,75. Alors, une série super serrée, très excitant pour le public qui regarde et aussi pour vous qui regardez sur le net de par le monde. Bienvenue encore ici à Tahiti pour cette finale du PAPARA Pro Open. Une qualification du World Qualifying Series, une qualification bien sûr de 1000 points. Et cette finale, le vainqueur rentrera avec un prize money de $2,000. So, not to forget, of course, this is a World Qualifying Series. This is the WQS number 14, the 14th event of the year. And for the PAPARA Pro Open of Tahiti, course, 1,000 points given to the winner, to the champion, and $2,000 of prize money.
In red, in the lead, white, second, red. Red looking for a 6.76.
Allez, on enchaîne. Voici Dimitri Ouvré avec sa vague. Un super roller. Un deuxième roller, juste au moment où la vague se cassait. Partie critique, bien sûr, de la vague. Encore un autre roller, un dernier. Jusque dans le rivage. 4 rollers de suite. Encore des manœuvres puissantes du Caribbean. And so there's Dimitri Ouvré with his signature snaps over there. A few verticals, a lot of waves snapping, and then right behind him is Matthew McGillivray. We're getting some cheers, so we didn't see that on the camera, but I believe it's a pretty good wave as well. And so we're talking about two boxers exchanging blows here. Dimitri Ouvré comes up with one wave, and right behind him is Matthew coming up with another. So we'll see the judges' scores and see where they're going to be sitting after this exchange of waves. Alors, on voyait bien sûr les images de Dimitri Ouvré très puissant sur la vague. Et juste derrière, la vague juste après, c'était Mathieu Galivray. On a vu juste la fin de sa vague. Et là, toutes les personnes qui sont sur la plage lui ont applaudi. Alors, ça veut dire que ça devait être une très belle vague aussi. Nous attendons bien sûr les scores des juges pour savoir au niveau du classement.
4 minutes. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. Here, last wave of white, 7.9. Last wave of white, 7.9. Last wave of red, 7.6.
And so here we have it, 7.90 for Dimitri Ouvré. I was talking about those powerful moves, and that impressed the judges. 7.90 for Dimitri Ouvré, and the wave right behind him, Matthew McGillivray, keeping up. He puts up a 7.60. So right now the situation is still the same. Dimitri Ouvré is in the front. And in second position, Matthew McGillivray with a 13.85 total. He needs now an 8.05 to get into the lead. Voici la situation. En première position, Dimitri Ouvré avec un total de 15,65. Une vague à 7,90, l'autre à 7,75. Et Matthew McGillivray en deuxième position, 13,85 total, 7,60 et 6,25. Matthew McGillivray a besoin d'un 8,05 ou plus pour prendre la tête de la série. Et là où nous arrivons vers la fin de la série, encore 2 minutes de la série. So we're coming towards the end of this heat. 2 minutes left in the heat. And so crunch time for Matthew McGillivray, who lost priority. Dimitri Ouvré has priority. I think there's no priority. Excuse me. I stand corrected here. So first one on the way. Dans cette série, Matthew McGillivray a besoin d'une vague. Il a besoin d'une 8,05 pour remporter la victoire. Et là, une vague se manifeste en position. C'est Dimitri Ouvré qui prend son front side. Here comes on the front side, bottom turn, trying to get some speed, and decides to bail out of that one. So, Dimitri Ouvré prend la vague, mais pas beaucoup de possibilités avec cette vague puisqu'elle a commencé déjà à casser. Alors, on cherche bien sûr Mathieu McGillivray. Il a besoin d'une vague. Il reste moins d'1 minute. Il a la priorité. Il est tout seul. Il attend les vagues. Il prie certainement pour qu'une vague puisse se manifester. Et voilà, on le voit, une vague qui arrive bientôt. So here, He needs one wave. Matthew needs one more wave. He just needs an 8.05. He's able to do that. In this last heat, he scored a perfect 10. So will the wave come? This is the question. I'm sure he's praying to the wave gods right now. Give me a wave. And there's one coming up. You can see it up in the lineup. Is there going to be enough time? There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Il reste encore 30 secondes. Mathieu Maguire a besoin de 8.05. Il reste encore 20 secondes. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Est-ce qu'il va trouver sa vague? Will he find his wave? Will there be enough time? Dimitri Ouvre being congratulated by the South African Matthew McGillivray. And here comes the wave, of course, after the horn. Anyway, good sportsman, of course. Matthew McGillivray came to congratulate him. Et voilà, comme beaucoup de temps, de fois lors de ces séries, on a vu les vagues arriver après le fait. Et que voilà, bonne façon, bien sûr, de terminer de féliciter le vainqueur, Matthew McGillivray, un grand champion. Et bien sûr, le champion du Papara Open Tahiti, c'est Dimitri Ouvre de Saint-Barthélemy. And there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this great, wonderful week of competition. Would love to thank our sponsors, of course, TBS5 Tahiti Broadcasting System, bringing this event live to you from around the world. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for the Post Office, the Office of Post and Telecommunication. Thank you for the Federation of Surfing and every sponsor, of course, to support. And, of course, the World Surf League, allowing us, of course, to cover this event. Encore un grand merci. Félicitations, champion. Félicitations à Dimitri Ouvre, le champion de cette année du Papara Open. Encore un grand merci pour cette couverture Tahiti Broadcast System TBS5, avec bien sûr le sponsoring et le partenariat de l'Office de Poste et Télécommunications, l'OPT, pour vous livrer ce webcast en direct d'ici de Tahiti. Un grand merci à la Fédération tahitienne de surf et aussi au World Surf League de nous avoir permis de faire cette diffusion. Mes amis de Tahiti, je vous souhaite une super merveilleuse fin de semaine. Ladies and gentlemen, from Papara, from Tahiti, thank you very much for watching and see you next time. Take care. Aloha, yaorana. And I will be leaving you with these last beautiful images of course, our winner, Dimitri Ouvre. I'm late for work.
Dimitri Ouvre, qui était en blanc, donc qui remporte cette compétition avec le 15,65. Et deuxième en rouge qui nous est de Sud-Afrique, Mathieu Maguire, 13,85. Dans sa tête de finaliste. Et j'espère qu'ils reviendront l'année prochaine. En rouge, aussi bien ici qu'à Rio.
Comme vous êtes dans votre monde et... Good job, guys!
Terry?